the forgotten civilization beneath the Balkans, a civilization older than Egypt, older than the first stones of Stonehenge, is sleeping beneath the gentle hills and river valleys of modern-day Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria. We are taught that Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, was the singular cradle of civilization, the place where urban life, writing, and complex society first sparked into existence. Yet here, along the placid banks of the lower Danube River, a different story has been slowly emerging from the earth, a story written not in dramatic monuments, but in the subtle textures of clay, the cryptic symbols etched onto pottery, and the sheer density of settlements that defy our expectations of the ancient world. This is the world of old Europe, a Neolithic reality that thrived millennia before the rise of the civilizations we know so well. We are standing at the very beginning of our journey tonight, looking back into the deep mists of the 6th and 5th millennia BC, long before the first pyramid cast its shadow upon the sand. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd love to know where and when you're listening from tonight. Our story begins not with kings or empires, but with the quiet, transformative power of the Neolithic Revolution as it took root in this fertile pocket of southeastern Europe. Around 6200 BC, the first farmers began to arrive, filtering up from Anatolia and the Aegean, bringing with them the revolutionary knowledge of wheat and barley cultivation and the domestication of cattle, sheep, and goats. They settled the wide alluvial plains, lands carved out and fed by the massive Danube and its tributaries, and for a time they lived in small, scattered hamlets, their lives tethered to the rhythm of the planting season and the harvest. But something remarkable happened here, something that set this region on a unique trajectory, culminating in the enigmatic and astonishing society known to archaeologists as the Vinča culture. The name itself comes from a specific site, Vinča Belo Brdo, a prominent tell, an artificial mound built up over centuries of human habitation, sitting just a few miles downriver from modern Belgrade, watching the Danube glide silently by. What archaeologists began to uncover at Vinča Belo Brdo, and later at dozens of other related sites like Starčevo, Lepenski Vir, and Pločnik, was not a primitive collection of mud huts, but rather a sprawling, sophisticated, and surprisingly populous world. Between 5500 and 4500 BC, the Vinča culture flourished, creating settlements that were, by the standards of their time, genuine proto-cities. These were not the temporary camps of nomads. They were meticulously planned towns, some covering areas larger than 100 hectares, potentially housing thousands of inhabitants in densely packed rectangular houses. These structures were impressively built, featuring timber frames, walls of wattle and daub, a lattice of woven branches packed with clay, and often finished with polished plaster floors and painted walls, glowing warm in the firelight. They rebuilt their homes generation after generation on the exact same spot, which is why the ground itself rose, creating those distinctive tell mounds that preserved their story for us to find. Inside these homes, the evidence points to a life of startling complexity and specialization. The Vinča people were superb farmers, but they were also skilled artisans. They crafted elegant pottery of dark, burnished clay with sophisticated spiral and geometric designs that suggest a shared symbolic language. More astonishingly, they were among the world's earliest metallurgists, a fact that fundamentally rewrites the timeline of human technology. At sites like Plochnik in southern Serbia, archaeologists unearthed a copper workshop dating to around 5500 BC, complete with tools, slag, and copper chisels. This was not just cold hammering of native copper. This was true metallurgy, the complex process of extracting metal from ore at extremely high temperatures. This evidence gleamed faintly beneath layers of clay like forgotten sunlight, proving that the Copper Age did not dawn in the Near East, as long believed, but right here in the heart of the Balkans, 1,000 years before. Yet perhaps the most profound mystery the Vinci left behind lies not in their metal, but in their clay. Thousands upon thousands of small ceramic figurines have been recovered, most depicting stylized human forms, predominantly female, though many are strikingly androgynous. They possess an abstract beauty, with triangular faces, enormous almond-shaped eyes, and bodies often decorated with the same linear patterns found on their pottery. We do not know their purpose. They might have been household goddesses, ancestor figures, or ritual objects, their silent faces gazing out from domestic shrines. Even more tantalizing are the Vinci symbols, a set of abstract signs and markings scratched onto pottery, figurines, and spindle whorls, which are small, heavy discs used for spinning thread. This collection of over 700 distinct symbols represents one of the earliest forms of proto-writing ever discovered. It predates the cuneiforms of Sumer and the hieroglyphs of Egypt by well over a millennium, raising the profound and still unanswered question: did written communication begin not on the banks of the Euphrates, but on the banks of the Danube? We must be careful not to call it writing in the modern sense. There are no long texts, no administrative records or epic poems. It is more likely a symbolic or ritualistic script, its meaning lost to the vast expanse of time. But its very existence speaks to the cognitive and social sophistication of these communities. This was not a world of isolated barbarians. It was an interconnected network of large towns, sharing a common material culture, a complex symbolic system, and pioneering new technologies. They traded in exotic goods, like obsidian from the Carpathian mountains and precious spondylus shells harvested from the distant Aegean Sea, which were then painstakingly crafted into jewelry and ornaments, indicating a society with wealth, status, and a desire for beauty. They were, in essence, Europe's first civilization, a thriving, stable, and technologically advanced society that dominated the region for over 1,000 years, a period of cultural flourishing that stands in quiet defiance of our traditional narratives of history, all before the first cities of Mesopotamia or the first pharaohs of Egypt had even been imagined. Their world was one of innovation, of burgeoning populations, and of a deep, symbolic life we can now only glimpse through the artifacts they left buried in the dark, rich earth. While the great proto-cities of the Vinci culture were mastering the new technology of copper inland, a parallel and even more dazzling story was unfolding on the shores of the Black Sea, near a saltwater lake by the modern Bulgarian city of Varna. Here, in this liminal space between the vast Eurasian steppe and the fertile coastal plains, another branch of old Europe was laying its dead to rest, and in doing so, creating the first and most profound testament to human hierarchy and the allure of precious metal. In 1972, a simple excavation for a new factory accidentally disturbed this ancient sleep when a bulldozer operator unearthed a glint of yellow metal that he first dismissed as costume jewelry, only to find another and then another. What he had stumbled upon was not a single forgotten trinket, but a vast Copper Age necropolis, a city of the dead, and within it, the oldest known hoard of worked gold in human history, a treasure that rewrites our understanding of when and why humanity first fell under gold's spell. This was the Varna Necropolis, a cemetery used between 4600 and 4200 BC, and it provides a stunning, silent portrait of a society taking a momentous step toward inequality. The cemetery itself contained nearly 300 graves, but it was the nature of these burials and the shocking disparity between them that captivated the world. Many graves were simple affairs, the deceased interred with modest pots or flint tools, the common currency of Neolithic life. But a select few told a story of immense power and concentrated wealth. The most famous of these is Grave 43, which held the remains of a tall, powerful man, likely in his 40s, who was buried not just with objects, but as an emblem of authority. He wore his status draped upon his skeleton. His chest was covered in hundreds of delicate gold beads, his arms adorned with heavy, polished golden bracelets, and a magnificent golden diadem rested where his forehead had been. In his right hand, he grasped a formidable scepter, its handle carved from stone or wood, and its head made of gleaming, polished gold, a clear and unambiguous symbol of royal or high priestly office. In total, his grave alone contained over 1.5 kilograms of gold, more gold than had been found in the entire rest of the world for that period. This was not a primitive society dabbling in ornament. This was a culture that had mastered the art of metallurgy, and more importantly, the art of social symbolism. The gold itself, over 3,000 individual artifacts from the necropolis as a whole, was crafted with astonishing skill. Tiny, perfectly formed beads, intricate pendants, flat appliques perhaps sewn onto funeral shrouds, and even sophisticated sheath-like coverings for ceremonial weapons. This was a people who understood gold's properties, its permanence, its unchanging luster that seemed to defy death and decay, and its rarity. They were not just metallurgists, they were ideologues, pioneers in using a material substance to signify abstract concepts of power, status, and the sacred. The man in Grave 43 was clearly a leader of immense importance, a chieftain or a king whose right to rule was so absolute that his most precious symbols of power were buried with him, removed from circulation forever. Yet the true mystery of Varna lies not only in its richest graves, but in its strangest ones. Scattered among the burials containing skeletons were dozens of symbolic graves, or cenotaphs, which contained no human remains at all. These graves were not empty. They were empty only of a body. Instead, they were filled with the same wealth as the richest burials, and in some cases, even more. The most poignant of these cenotaphs featured full-size human faces sculpted from unbaked clay, which were then adorned as if they were real, revered individuals. These haunting clay visages were decorated with golden diadems upon their brows, golden earrings dangling from their sculpted lobes, and golden beads indicating the shape of a mouth or the line of a necklace. It is a profoundly moving and enigmatic discovery a ritual that speaks of a complex religious belief system. Were these stand-ins for ancestors or for revered leaders whose bodies were lost to the Black Sea? Or perhaps they represented deities, a pantheon of gods and goddesses given form in earth and gold, buried in a ceremony we can no longer reconstruct. The Varna culture that produced this treasure did not exist in a vacuum. They were contemporaries of the later Vincha culture, and they were masters of their environment. They farmed the fertile coast, but they also harvested the riches of the sea and the nearby salt lagoons, salt being a white gold of the ancient world, a crucial preservative and trade commodity. They likely controlled the trade routes that moved spondylus shells from the Aegean, copper from the Balkan mountains, and perhaps even the gold itself, panned from local rivers. This necropolis, with its dramatic stratification, marks a pivotal moment in the human story, the end of the presumed egalitarianism of the first Neolithic farmers and the birth of the big man, the chieftain, the priest-king. It is the first time in history that economic power and social status became so profoundly visible, etched in the very metal that would define royalty for the next 6 millennia. This culture, which burned so brightly on the shores of the Black Sea, eventually faded, its innovations and its hierarchies disappearing into the tumult of migrations that would later sweep the steppes. But its golden warning about the new shape of human society was left sleeping in the sand, waiting for a bulldozer to disturb its rest and reveal the dawn of earthly wealth. The brilliant, isolated gleam of Varna's gold and the cryptic symbols of the Vincha offered a profound glimpse into Europe's first dawn, but these cultures, like all things, eventually faded, their great proto-cities slowly emptying and their complex social structures dissolving back into the earth around 4000 BC. A quiet transformation fell over the Balkans, a period of shifting populations and climatic changes that ushered in a new and different age, one defined not by clay figurines and peaceful settlements, but by massive burial mounds and the gleaming revolutionary metal that would give the era its name. This was the dawn of the Bronze Age, a time when the peninsula, far from being a self-contained world, was about to be woven inextricably into the first great tapestry of Mediterranean civilization. The catalyst for this change was an alloy, a mixture of the copper, which the Balkans had in abundance, and a much rarer, more precious metal, tin. Tin was the vital ingredient, and its scarcity meant that no community, no tribe, no nascent kingdom could thrive in isolation. To make bronze, the metal of power, one had to trade over vast, often dangerous distances, creating the first truly international networks of commerce and conflict. While the peoples of the Central and Northern Balkans were living in smaller, more fortified settlements, building the great earthen tombs known as tumuli over their fallen chieftains, a spectacular civilization was rising to the south in the rocky heartland of the Peloponnese. This was the world of the Mycenaeans, the first Greek-speaking civilization whose exploits would be immortalized in the epic poems of Homer. From their mighty Cyclopean-walled fortresses at Mycenae, Tiryns, and Pylos, these warrior kings, the world of Agamemnon, looked out upon the Aegean Sea with a merchant's eye and a raider's heart. They were a society of breathtaking contrasts, of intricate gold death masks, like the one Schliemann wrongly attributed to Agamemnon himself, and of dry, bureaucratic linear B-clay tablets that recorded inventories of chariot wheels, wool, and olive oil. Their palaces were centers of a palatial economy, a centralized system that controlled the production and redistribution of all essential goods, and their thirst for raw materials, for copper, for tin, for gold, and for amber was insatiable. It was this thirst that pulled the Balkan hinterland into the Mycenaean orbit. The Mycenaeans were accomplished sailors, but their gaze also turned northward, up the river valleys that served as natural highways into the European continent. The Vardar, or Axios River, flowing down through modern-day North Macedonia into the Aegean, became a critical artery of exchange, a channel through which the sophisticated goods of the south flowed north, and the raw materials of the north flowed south. Archaeologists have traced this echo of Mycenae far inland, finding their distinctive, finely painted pottery, elegant stirrup jars used to transport precious oils, or tall-stemmed drinking cups called kylikes, in the archaeological layers of settlements deep within the Balkan interior, hundreds of miles from the sea. These were not just trinkets, they were high-status luxury items, the ancient equivalent of a prestige brand, objects that local Balkan chieftains desired as symbols of their own connection to the powerful, glittering world of the South. Even more potent than pottery was the exchange of weaponry and the warrior ethos it represented. The iconic weapon of the Mycenaean hero was the long, slender bronze rapier, a thrusting sword designed for chariot warfare, and swords of this very type have been unearthed in the Balkans. But perhaps the most evocative link is the boar's tusk helmet, described in vivid detail in Book 10 of the Iliad as a helmet of leather, and with many a thong was it stiffly laced within, while without the white tusks of a gleaming toothed boar were set thick on this side and on that, well and cunningly. This was the signature headgear of the Mycenaean warrior. It was a labor-intensive piece of armor, requiring the tusks of dozens of wild boars, and yet fragments of these very helmets and the tusks themselves have been found in Balkan burial sites, suggesting that the local warrior elite were not only trading with the Mycenaeans, but actively emulating their heroic panoply, adopting their symbols of martial prowess. In return, the Balkans offered the raw materials that fueled the Mycenaean war machine and adorned its palaces. The copper mines of the peninsula were a likely source, but the true treasure may have been what passed through the Balkans. The Great Amber Road, one of the most remarkable trade routes of the prehistoric world, began on the distant shores of the Baltic Sea, where fossilized tree resin, the gold of the north, was collected. This amber traveled south, passed from hand to hand, tribe to tribe, down the great river systems of the Vistula and the Elbe until it reached the Danube. From there, Balkan traders would have controlled its passage, either down the Danube to the Black Sea or overland via the Morava-Vardar corridor to the Aegean. Its destination was the tombs of the rich and powerful. Countless beads of Baltic amber were found nestled among the gold in the famous shaft graves of Mycenae, a silent, glowing testament to this continent-spanning connection, a connection entirely dependent on the Balkan tribes who served as the crucial middlemen. Likewise, the gold of Transylvania in the Carpathian basin almost certainly found its way south along these same routes, exchanged for the wine, oil, and finished bronze goods of the Mycenaean palaces. This was not an empire. The Mycenaeans did not, as far as we can tell, conquer or colonize the Balkans in the way the Romans later would. The evidence does not suggest Mycenaean cities or garrisons on the Danube. Rather, this was a complex, symbiotic relationship, a network of prestige goods exchange, where local Balkan chieftains enhanced their own power by controlling the flow of exotic materials and adopting the cultural trappings of their sophisticated southern neighbors. The Mycenaean echoes in the Balkans were those of influence, not of rule, the sound of a distant, wealthier world that the rising warrior societies of the north sought to imitate. This entire interconnected Bronze Age world, however, was living on borrowed time. Around 1200 BC, a great and mysterious catastrophe, still debated by historians, a perfect storm of drought, famine, invasion by the mysterious sea peoples, and internal collapse, brought the Mycenaean palaces crashing down into fire and ruin. The linear B script was forgotten, the centralized economies vanished, and the great trade routes were severed. This collapse plunged the entire eastern Mediterranean into a dark age, and the Balkans too fell silent, the vital connection to the south broken, the echoes of Agamemnon's world fading into a new, harsher era that would be defined by a new, harder metal. The great Mycenaean palaces were now just smoking ruins, their linear B tablets baked hard in the fires of their own destruction, their intricate trade routes severed like a snapped thread. The collapse around the 1200 BC had plunged the Aegean world into a profound darkness, and the Balkans, which had shimmered with the reflected light of Mycenae's bronze, fell back into a period of deep introspection and fragmentation. The Amber Road was closed, the flow of Aegean pottery and boar's tusk helmets had ceased, and the communities of the Danube basin and the Adriatic coast were once again turned in upon themselves. This dark age was not an empty void, but rather a long, quiet crucible, a time of rearrangement and gestation during which a new technology and a new social order were slowly being forged in the cool, forested hills far from the memory of the sea. The catalyst for this new world was not gold, nor was it the elegant alloy of bronze. It was a different metal entirely, stronger, more difficult, and far more abundant. This was the dawn of the Iron Age. Iron, unlike the scarce tin required for bronze, is one of the most common elements in the Earth's crust, often found in the reddish bogs and stony hillsides of the Balkan Peninsula itself. This seeming ubiquity, however, concealed a formidable technological challenge. To smelt iron, to force the stubborn ore to release its metallic soul, required temperatures significantly higher than those needed for copper or tin, demanding a mastery of furnace construction and airflow that represented a new frontier of human ingenuity. The first iron objects were likely rarities, perhaps even meteoritic iron treated as a gift from the heavens, but by 1000 BC, the secret of smelting was spreading. This knowledge, passed from smith to smith, was a revolutionary force. While bronze had been the metal of kings and palaces, its supply controlled by a wealthy elite who managed the long-distance trade, iron was the metal of the people. A local chieftain could now equip his entire retinue with strong, durable weapons without relying on imports from distant lands, fundamentally altering the calculus of power. As this new, harder technology took root, a new cultural horizon began to spread across Central Europe, its influence flowing down the river valleys and into the northern and western Balkans. Archaeologists call this the Hallstatt culture, named for a spectacular gravesite found by a salt mine in the Austrian Alps. From roughly 800 to 450 BC, this cultural complex dominated, defined not by great cities, but by a distinct warrior aristocracy, a love for horses, and a new, more somber magnificence in death. The Hallstatt world was one of gradine, or hill forts. As society fragmented, communities retreated to the defensible high ground, building imposing settlements on steep hills, ringed with earthen ramparts, timber palisades, and stone walls. From these misty strongholds, a new class of chieftains and princes surveyed their domains. The river valleys, the forests, and the pasture lands, their power based on control of local resources, particularly the iron ore in the earth and the horse herds in the fields. The horse was central to the Hallstatt identity, a symbol of wealth, speed, and martial prowess. This was a new kind of warrior, a horseman, a figure that would come to define the Balkan interior for the next millennium. This is seen most vividly in how they buried their elite. The Great Bronze Age tumuli tradition continued, but it was adapted to this new equestrian focus. When a great prince died, he was often interred in a wooden mortuary chamber at the center of a massive earthen mound. He was buried with his long, imposing iron sword, a weapon designed for slashing from horseback, and his set of bronze spears. His armor, paradoxically, was often still bronze, cuirasses, and magnificent crested helmets, gleaming like old gold, as bronze was still valued for its beauty and prestige, even as iron had surpassed it in utility. Most importantly, the chieftain was often buried with his horse, or at the very least, with the intricate bronze trappings of his chariot and the bronze bits and bosses of his horse's bridle, ensuring he would ride into the afterlife with the same status he held in this one. This Hallstatt influence and the Iron Age it heralded was not a single monolithic empire. It was a shared set of ideas, technologies, and artistic styles, particularly a love for geometric patterns on pottery and metalwork, that was adopted and adapted by the diverse local populations of the Balkans. In the lands that would one day be Slovenia, Croatia, and Bosnia, the local Iron Age peoples embraced the hill fort lifestyle, their gradin crowning the peaks of the Dinaric Alps, their cemeteries rich with iron spears, socketed axes, and the distinctive fibulae, or brooches, that pinned their heavy woolen cloaks. This was the period in which the distinct cultural identities that Rome would later encounter began to truly solidify. This was the forge of the Pannonians on the great Hungarian plain, the Adriatic in the central mountains, and most critically for our story, the peoples who were beginning to be known collectively in the first tentative whispers from Greek traders as the Illyrians. The Iron Age had rearmed the peninsula, shattered its power into hundreds of local, defensible hill forts, and placed the long iron sword and the horse harness into the hands of a new, proud, and fiercely independent aristocracy of the forest and the hill. While the Iron Age horsemen of the Hallstatt tradition were raising their great earthen tumuli in the continental forests and river valleys, a different salt-stung society was taking shape along the formidable western edge of the peninsula. Here, the land does not gently meet the water. Instead, the Dinaric Alps plunge almost directly into the sea, shattering into a spray of over 1,000 rocky islands that form the Dalmatian and Kavarner archipelagos. This is a fractured, challenging coastline, a labyrinth of narrow channels, hidden coves, and steep-sided fjords, a landscape that walls off the interior and turns the gaze of its inhabitants inexorably outward toward the long blue expanse of the Adriatic. Into this environment, the Iron Age peoples, who the Greeks would collectively come to call the Illyrians, the Histri, the Delmatai, the Ardeais, and chief among them for this era, the Liburni, forged a culture that was not of the horse, but of the ship. They became the first true sea lords of these waters, a maritime power built on timber, ore, and an intimate, almost predatory knowledge of their coastal maze. They, too, lived in the Gradine, the fortified hill forts characteristic of the age, but theirs were positioned for a different purpose. They crowned the coastal peaks and the high points of the islands, serving not just as defensive refuges, but as watchtowers, strategic lookouts from which they could survey the sea lanes, spot the glint of a passing merchant sail, and launch their fleets. Their power was not derived from wide fields of grain, which this rocky karst landscape could barely provide, but from their control of the maritime passages. To the wealthy seafaring city-states of Greece, and later to the merchants of Italy, the Illyrians were known by one fearsome reputation. They were pirates. But what the Greeks dismissed as chaotic brigandage was, in reality, a highly organized and sustainable way of life, a harvest of the sea that took the form of tolls, tribute, and outright plunder, enforced by the most remarkable vessel of its time, the Liburnian galley. We must erase from our minds the image of the heavy, deep-hulled Greek merchant gallos, lumbering under a broad square sail. The Liburnian ship, the Liburna as the Romans would later call it, in grudging admiration, was a masterpiece of specialized design, a vessel built for speed, surprise, and shallow water agility. Archaeological evidence for these ships is tragically scarce, as wood and rope dissolve in the salt centuries, but we can reconstruct them from the vivid, fearful descriptions left by their adversaries, and from the designs the Romans eventually copied. The Liburna was long, slender, and light, with a low profile that made it difficult to spot from a distance against the dark backdrop of the islands. It was a bireme, propelled by two banks of oarsmen, their rhythmic strokes giving the ship a terrifying burst of speed, allowing it to dash out from a hidden cove and overhaul a merchantman wallowing in a calm sea. It was armed with a sharp, bronze-tipped ram, but its primary tactic was not a head-on collision, but rather boarding. These were wolf packs of the sea, light, fast, and lethal, perfectly adapted to the island warfare and hit-and-run raids that defined Adriatic power. This maritime prowess allowed the Liburnians, whose territory stretched from the Istrian peninsula down to the Kirka River, to form a powerful thalassocracy, or sea-based dominion. They controlled the key choke points of the northern Adriatic, and for centuries they held a near monopoly on the sea trade, forcing Greek vessels venturing north toward the head of the Adriatic in search of interior amber and iron to pay a heavy price for passage. This was a society of sailors, fishermen, and sea raiders, and their hill forts have yielded the proof of their success. Excavations at sites like Nasactium, the capital of the Histri on the Istrian peninsula, revealed a culture of formidable wealth, a warrior aristocracy buried with the familiar iron swords and bronze helmets of the age, but also with an abundance of imported luxuries, fine Attic pottery from Athens, elegant Etruscan bronze vessels from Italy, all acquired not just through peaceful trade, but as the spoils of their maritime dominance. They were the gatekeepers, the feared and respected masters of the channels. Further south, along the coasts of modern-day Albania and Montenegro, other Illyrian tribes, like the Ardii, watched and learned, developing their own fleets and fostering their own ambitions. This was not a unified Illyrian nation, but a mosaic of competing tribal kingdoms, each led by a chieftain or king, rex in Latin sources, whose legitimacy rested on his ability to lead successful raids and distribute the captured wealth, the amphorae of wine, the bolts of cloth, the precious metals, to his warrior followers. It is from this early period that the first stirrings of larger dynasties emerged, dynasties that would one day forge kingdoms powerful enough to challenge the great Mediterranean states. Perhaps the greatest mystery they left us is their language. We have no Illyrian literature, no laws, no histories written by their own hand. Their language is now extinct, a ghost in the linguistic tree, known to us only from the names of their tribes, their leaders, and their mountain fortresses, all preserved in the histories of the Greeks and Romans who would become their mortal enemies. For now, in the early and middle Iron Age, they were a power unto themselves, their Liburnian galleys the undisputed masters of the Adriatic, their sea lords gazing out from stone ramparts, their world defined by the whisper of the wind in the pine trees and the rhythmic splash of oars pulling hard for the open water. As the Liburnian galleys patrolled the rocky inlets of the Adriatic, a different kind of power was maturing in the vast interior of the peninsula's eastern half, a land of wide, fertile plains watered by the lower Danube and its tributaries, and walled by the formidable Balkan and Rhodope mountain ranges. This was the sprawling territory of the Thracians, a people who, unlike the more unified Illyrian kingdoms that would emerge, were a vast and bewildering mosaic of individual tribes, the Getae, the Odrysians, the Bessi, the Triballi, all sharing a common language, a distinct culture, and a fierce, almost self-destructive love of independence. The great Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, observed that the Thracians were the most numerous people in the world after the Indians, and he mused that if they could only be united under a single ruler, they would be invincible and by far the most powerful nation on earth. For most of their history, however, this unity remained a distant dream, their energies consumed by the feuds and shifting alliances of their many warrior chieftains, their story told to us not in their own script, for they left none, but through the awe, fear, and sublime artistry they inspired in their neighbors. If the Illyrian was defined by his ship, the Thracian was defined by his horse. They were a people of the land, consummate horsemen and brilliant cavalry fighters who dominated the plains north of the Aegean. Their aristocracy was a class of mounted warriors, their wealth measured in herds of horses and cattle, their vision of the afterlife one of a perpetual heroic hunt or feast. Greek vases and the frescoes in their own tombs depict them as a striking and intimidating people. They famously wore fox skin caps, alopikis, heavy woolen cloaks, often patterned with bright geometric designs, and trousers, a distinctly barbarian garment to the bare-legged Greeks. Many, both men and women, bore intricate tattoos, dark blue lines and zoomorphic figures that wound around their arms and legs, which Herodotus noted were a mark of high birth. To be untattooed was a sign of low status. Their characteristic weapon was the rhomphaia, a terrifying polearm with a long, sickle-shaped blade, capable of being wielded with two hands to scythe through infantry or with one hand from horseback. It was from this land of fierce warriors and untamed mountains that the Greeks believed the very soul of music and primal ecstasy had sprung. Thrace was the mythical homeland of Orpheus, the legendary poet and musician whose lyre, a gift from Apollo, produced melodies so divine that they charmed the birds from the sky, the beasts of the forest, and even the rocks and trees themselves, compelling them to follow in his wake. His story of descending into the underworld to retrieve his lost wife Eurydice, only to lose her again at the last moment by looking back, is a cornerstone of Greek mythology. Yet it is rooted in this other world, a place the Greeks saw as both savage and profoundly spiritual. Thrace was also seen as a birthplace of Dionysus, the god of wine, ritual madness, and religious ecstasy, whose female followers, the Maenads, were said to roam the mountains in a divine frenzy. These myths were the Greek way of processing the Thracian culture, which seemed to possess a connection to the earth, to ecstatic ritual, and to a belief in an afterlife that was both alien and deeply compelling to the rational mind of the polis. This unique spirituality is confirmed by what little we know of their actual religion. While they worshipped gods that the Greeks equated with their own, a war god, Ares, a huntress goddess, Bendis akin to Artemis, some tribes held beliefs that astonished Greek observers. Herodotus describes in detail the cult of Zalmoxis, a deity worshipped by the Getae. He reports that they believed in a form of immortality, holding that they did not truly die, but instead went to join their god. Every 4 years, they would send a messenger to Zalmoxis, a man chosen by lot, who would be told the tribe's needs and then ritually dispatched. He was thrown into the air by several men and caught upon the points of 3 spears. If he died quickly, the god was favorable, but if he did not, he was deemed a wicked man, and another was sent in his place. This practice, a stark and fatalistic form of devotion, underscored the profound gap between the Thracian and Hellenic worlds, revealing a people whose spiritual concerns were fiercely their own. For centuries, this power remained fractured, but in the chaos following the Persian Empire's failed invasion of Greece in 480-479 BC, a power vacuum allowed a visionary Thracian chieftain, Taras the Rulers of the Odrysi tribe, to achieve what Herodotus had deemed impossible. He forged a lasting union, the Odrysian kingdom, the first great state in Thracian history. From its capital, likely near modern-day Plovdiv, this kingdom became a major force, its cavalry-heavy armies commanding respect, its kings, like the long-reigning Seuthsapher and the ambitious Sitalkes, extracting tribute from the Greek coastal cities, controlling the trade routes from the Danube to the Aegean, and playing a deft diplomatic game with Athens and Sparta. The wealth they accumulated was staggering, and it is this wealth, long buried and forgotten, that provides the most stunning testament to their world. In central Bulgaria, in a valley shadowed by the Balkan mountains, lies a region now known as the Valley of the Thracian Kings, a landscape studded with over 1,500 tumuli, the great burial mounds of the Thracian nobility. For decades, archaeologists have been carefully entering these sacred hills, unearthing a civilization of breathtaking artistic sophistication. The tomb at Kazanlak, a UNESCO World Heritage Site from the 4th century BC, greets the visitor with a narrow stone corridor, the dromos, which opens into a small, domed burial chamber, a tholos. The chamber itself is a marvel, its ceiling covered in one of the best preserved frescoes of the Hellenistic world, depicting a Thracian noble and his wife at a funeral banquet. They sit together, their hands clasped in a gesture of gentle, eternal farewell, surrounded by attendants, musicians, and their horses, a scene of profound intimacy and refined culture. Not far from here, the Panaguriste treasure was unearthed, a solid gold banqueting set weighing over 6 kilograms, consisting of 9 vessels, phials, and horn-shaped rhytons, all covered in phenomenally detailed scenes from Greek myth and Thracian ritual, a fusion of Hellenic artistry and Thracian gold that proves their deep engagement with the wider Mediterranean world. They were not just the barbarians of Greek texts. They were a people of deep feeling, immense wealth, and a unique artistic vision, their silent tombs waiting beneath the earth to tell the other half of their story. South of the Danube, the Adriatic kings ruled their vast, cavalry-rich domains from the fertile plains, their power expressed in the golden treasures and frescoed tombs that dotted the valley of the Thracian kings. But to the north of the great river, in the land defined by the immense, sickle-shaped arc of the Carpathian mountains, lived a people related to the Thracians, yet forged by a different, harsher landscape. These were the Dacians, or the Getae as they were known to the Greeks, in the lowlands near the Black Sea, a people of the forest, the mountain, and the mine. Their homeland, encompassing much of modern-day Romania, was a natural fortress of staggering proportions, a realm of dense, primeval forests, sheer limestone gorges, and mountains rich with the very sinews of power, iron, silver, and gold. For centuries, these tribes lived in a state of fierce, proud independence, their society centered on fortified hill settlements known as davae, their warriors renowned for their ferocity and for a religious zeal centered on their god Zalmoxis, whose priests taught a doctrine of immortality that made Dacian warriors famously fearless in the face of death. Like their Thracian cousins, their strength was for a long time undone by their disunity, their myriad chieftains feuding over pasture lands, salt mines, and local supremacy. But in the middle of the 1st century BC, as the Roman Republic was tearing itself apart in the throes of its civil wars, a leader of singular vision and ruthless ambition emerged from the Dacian heartland. His name was Burebista, and he achieved for the Dacians what Terrace had accomplished for the Odrysians. A contemporary of Julius Caesar, Burebista, with the crucial aid of a charismatic high priest named Decianus, managed to unify the tribes through a potent combination of military conquest, religious revival, and sheer force of will. He forged a mighty kingdom, a vast tribal empire that at its peak stretched from the Black Sea coast, where he subjugated the Greek port cities, to the middle Danube, deep in modern Slovakia. He was so formidable, in fact, that Julius Caesar himself was in the advanced stages of planning a massive military campaign to march north and confront this new barbarian king, a campaign cut short only by the daggers of the Ides of March in 44 BC. The true heart of Burebista's kingdom, however, was not a sprawling lowland city like those of Greece or Rome, nor was it a simple hill fort. It was something far stranger, more remote, and more sacred. High in the Oreste Mountains, a secluded and rugged range in the southwestern Carpathians, the Dacians established their political, military, and spiritual capital, a complex of fortifications and sanctuaries that would eventually become known as Sarmizegetusa Rhaetia. This was not a place one stumbled upon. It was a destination, a hidden fastness accessible only through narrow passes, deliberately chosen for its defensibility and its profound sense of isolation. Here, on a peak over 1,200 meters high, the Dacian kings built a fortress that was both a marvel of barbarian engineering and a testament to their unique worldview. It was the center of a constellation of 6 major stone fortresses, including sites like Kostest, Blidaru, and Piatra Roshi, which were strategically placed on the surrounding hilltops to create a virtually impregnable defensive system, guarding the sacred valley below. The architecture of these forts was unique, a style known as Murus Daciacus, or Dacian wall. This was no primitive palisade. The Dacians built massive, thick walls using large, carefully cut blocks of limestone to create 2 outer faces, and then filled the inner core with a dense mixture of earth, rubble, and timber beams, a flexible and resilient design that could withstand the shock of Roman siege engines. But the fortress on the high peak, Sarmizegetusa Regia itself, was only the military component. Below it, on a series of man-made terraces, lay the sacred zone, the true spiritual heart of the Dacian kingdom. Here, a complex of sanctuaries stands to this day, a silent, enigmatic collection of stone bases and altars that baffles and fascinates archaeologists. The most famous of these is the Great Circular Sanctuary, a monumental hinge-like structure consisting of a large, horseshoe-shaped inner setting of andesite pillars, surrounded by a larger circle of timber posts, which was itself enclosed by a low stone curb. It is impossible to look upon its precise arrangement, its distinct alignments, and not see it as a sophisticated solar calendar, a place where the Dacian priests, draped in wolfskins, would have marked the solstices and equinoxes, measuring the rhythms of the cosmos. Beside this calendar, rectilinear temples stood, their foundations now visible as grids of circular stone bases, which once supported tall wooden columns that held aloft massive timber roofs. And at the center of the complex lay the andesite sun, a large circular disk of volcanic stone carved with radiating channels, which likely served as a central altar, a place for libations or sacrifices to flow, connecting the earthly kingdom with the sky gods. This was a place of immense labor, a demonstration of centralized power that could command thousands of workers to quarry, transport, and perfectly place these massive stones in a remote mountain wilderness. It was the Dacian Delphi, their Karnak, and their Camelot all in one, a place where the king, the high priest, and the stars all met. Burebista's vast empire did not long survive him. Shortly after Caesar's assassination, he too was killed in an internal revolt, and his kingdom shattered once more. But the memory of this sacred mountain endured. The fortresses would be rebuilt, the sanctuaries reconsecrated, and in little more than a century, a final great Dacian king would make this very citadel the defiant symbol of his stand against the most powerful empire the world had ever known, ensuring that the name Sarmizegetusa would be written in Roman history in letters of fire and blood, while the Dacian high priests were tracing the cycles of the sun in their remote Carpathian sanctuaries, a world away on the warm, sun-struck coasts of the south and west. A different kind of civilization was meticulously planting its own seeds in the Balkan soil. This was not a culture of the forest primeval, but one of the bright, open sea, a world of limestone, olive oil, and the written word, and its arrival would permanently tether the peninsula to the burgeoning heart of Mediterranean thought and commerce. This was the great wave of Greek colonization, an outward explosion of energy, people, and ideas that between the 8th and 6th centuries BC redrew the map of the ancient world, sending tendrils of Hellenic life from the shores of Spain to the eastern edge of the Black Sea. And the Balkans, with their long, enticing, and dangerous coastlines, were a primary destination for these ambitious, land-hungry voyagers. This expansion was not a centrally planned imperial project. It was a response to a desperate pressure within the rocky, mountainous heartland of Greece itself. The Archaic period was a time of rising population, intense social and political strife, known as stasis, and a fundamental shortage of arable land, or stenochoria. The small competing city-states, or polis, were overflowing, and the only solution for the losing faction in a political feud, or for the landless second son, was to seek fortune and a new home across the water. This was an endeavor steeped in ritual and risk. A mother city, a metropolis like Corinth or the island of Miletus, would first seek the blessing of the gods, sending emissaries to the misty, vapor-filled cavern at Delphi to ask the oracle of Apollo if their venture would succeed. Once the god had given his ambiguous assent, a founder, the Oikestes, was chosen, a man of courage and authority who would lead the expedition, lay out the new city's walls, and be worshipped as a hero after his death. The colonists would then gather at the harbor, taking with them the sacred fire from the public hearth of their metropolis, a living, flickering link back to the home they would likely never see again. The western coast of the Balkans, the Illyrian shore, presented a unique challenge. This was not the wide, inviting plain of southern Italy. As the Liburnian sea lords knew so well, this was a rugged, fractured coastline, a maze of steep islands and hidden coves, its shores already inhabited by formidable and warlike tribes. The first Greeks to venture here were not settlers, but traders, the bronze men in their small, black-hulled ships, cautiously navigating the channels, exchanging their painted pottery, wine, and olive oil for the timber, silver, and hides controlled by the Illyrian chieftains in their high gradine. But eventually, these footholds gave way to permanent settlements, two of which would become great and influential cities, twin beacons of Hellenic culture on a barbarian shore. The first was Epidamnos, founded in 627 BC on a long rocky peninsula that jutted out into the southern Adriatic. It was a joint venture, a collaboration between the powerful merchant city of Corinth and its own earlier colony, Corcyra, modern Corfu, a complicated parentage that would later become the source of a famous and catastrophic dispute, the spark that helped ignite the Peloponnesian War. Epidamnos was chosen for its magnificent position. It possessed a double harbor, and most importantly, it was the natural terminus of an ancient trackway, the route that led inland up the Shkumbin River Valley, a path that would one day be paved and straightened by the Romans into the great Via Egnatia, the highway connecting the Adriatic to the Aegean. Epidamnos was the gateway to the Balkan interior, a vital hinge between the sea lanes of the Mediterranean and the metal-rich mountains of the Illyrians and Thracians. The city flourished, a bustling, often chaotic port where Greek merchants mingled with tattooed Illyrian traders, its politics notoriously volatile, but its mint producing silver coins that became a standard of exchange deep within the peninsula. Further south, around 600 BC, another group of colonists, also from Corinth and Corcyra, established the city of Apollonia on a dominant hill overlooking the wide, fertile valley of the Aos River, known today as the Viosa. Apollonia was a different creature from Epidamnos, less a raw commercial port and more a refined aristocratic polis, a city of wide, straight streets, a grand public agora, and magnificent temples. It grew immensely wealthy from the surrounding agricultural land and the Illyrian slave trade, becoming a celebrated center of Greek learning. Its school of philosophy and rhetoric was so renowned that centuries later, a young Roman student named Octavian would be studying there when he received the fateful news of his great-uncle Julius Caesar's assassination, a message that would call him back to Rome to become the future Emperor Augustus. These cities, along with others on the Black Sea coast, like Histria and Tomis, were islands of Greekness. The colonists built their temples, staged their tragic plays, wrote their poetry, and governed themselves with the often turbulent democratic or oligarchic institutions of their homelands. They built strong stone walls to protect themselves from the very Illyrian and Thracian tribes with whom they, by necessity, traded. They were a frontier society, a contact zone where two worlds met and warily sized each other up. The Greeks brought coinage, the alphabet, and the vine. The tribes of the interior offered raw power, metals, and a vast, unknown hinterland. This new network of bright, coastal cities now formed a luminous ring around the peninsula, a string of pearls that had irrevocably and forever bound the ancient Balkans to the destiny of the wider Hellenic world, setting the stage for the first great collision of empires. The establishment of bright, self-assured Greek cities like Epidamnos and Apollonia had created a new cultural and economic frontier, a vibrant but tense line of contact where the Hellenic world of the sea met the Illyrian and Thracian world of the mountains. For centuries, this balance held, a delicate interplay of trade and tribute, of cautious diplomacy and sporadic, localized warfare. The barbarian interior was a vast, fractured mosaic of tribes and kingdoms, the Illyrians, the Thracians, the Paeonians, a reservoir of raw materials and mercenaries, but never, in the estimation of the southern Greeks, a singular existential threat. The true center of power, as the Athenians or Spartans saw it, lay in the old, sophisticated, and perpetually feuding cities of the Aegean. But on the northern edge of this Hellenic world, in the misty highlands and fertile river valleys that separated the coastal Greeks from the deep Balkan interior, a different kingdom was quietly, grimly gathering its strength. This was Macedon, a kingdom of rough-mannered, horse-breeding aristocrats and hardy shepherd farmers, a kingdom the refined Athenians dismissed as semi-barbarian, its people speaking a dialect of Greek so thick and strange that it was barely recognizable, its kings ruling a perpetually unstable state, their thrones as often lost to an assassin's dagger as to natural causes. This kingdom was seen as a perennial buffer, a client state, a useful storm wall that absorbed the first shock of Illyrian raids from the west or Thracian incursions from the east. In the year 359 BC, this buffer state was on the verge of total collapse, its king, Perdiccas III, having been killed in a catastrophic battle against the Illyrians under their aged but formidable king, Bardalus, a battle that left 4,000 Macedonians dead upon the field. The kingdom was in chaos. The throne was technically held by an infant, Perdiccas' son Amyntas, while multiple pretenders vied for power, and new waves of Paeonian and Thracian tribes were sweeping down from the north, sensing the vacuum. The man who stepped into this ruin, first as regent for his young nephew, and then very quickly as king in his own right, was the late king's younger brother, a man of 23 named Philip II. He was a figure of boundless energy, profound cunning, and a singular clarifying ambition, and he had returned from his youthful years as a political hostage in the Greek city of Thebes, not as a broken captive, but as a graduate of the most advanced military academy in the world. Philip had spent his formative years in Thebes, observing the military genius of Epaminondas, the general who had shattered Spartan invincibility at the Battle of Leuctra. He had studied how the Thebans used a deeply massed phalanx on one wing, an oblique order of attack, and the shock tactics of their elite, sacred band to revolutionize hoplite warfare. Now, returning to his shattered homeland, Philip did not just copy what he had seen. He innovated, forging a new kind of army, the first truly professional, combined arms military force in European history. His first act was to transform the Macedonian infantry. He took the traditional Greek phalanx but rearmed it, replacing the 8-foot dory spear with the monstrous sarissa, a pike of 18 to 22 feet in length, made from tough cornel wood and tipped with a vicious iron head. Held in two hands, this weapon created an impenetrable forest of spear points, a syntagma of 16 men deep, where the first 5 ranks of soldiers could all project their weapons forward, a bristling hedgehog of death that no traditional hoplite or tribal warrior could hope to penetrate. But this was only the anvil. The hammer of Philip's new army was his cavalry. He took the unruly aristocratic horsemen of Macedon, the companion cavalry, or hetairoi, and drilled them into a disciplined, decisive shock force, arming them with lances and training them to charge in a specific, terrifying wedge formation that could punch through any gap in an enemy line. He then added specialized light-armed infantry, the hypaspists, or shield-bearers, who were more flexible than the phalanx and could guard its flanks or move quickly over rough terrain. Most revolutionary of all, he invested heavily in the golden sinews of war, seizing the Thracian-controlled gold mines of Mount Pangaion, which gave him an income that dwarfed that of Athens, allowing him to pay his soldiers year-round, turning them from a seasonal levy of farmers into a hardened professional force, loyal only to him. With this gold, he also hired engineers to build a new and terrifying siege train of torsion catapults and battering rams, ensuring that no city, however high its walls, could defy his will for long. Before he turned his attention to the proud Greek cities that had so long disdained him, Philip first secured his homeland, the fractured north that had been the source of all Macedon's weakness. He wheeled his new army west, and in 358 BC met the Illyrians of Bardalus in the Aragon Valley. The Illyrians, confident after their previous victory, charged the Macedonian line, only to shatter themselves against the wall of sarissas. As they reeled back in confusion, Philip unleashed his companion cavalry from the right flank, smashing into their rear, resulting in a devastating slaughter that secured his western border for a generation. He then marched north, pacifying the Paeonians, and east, pushing deep into Thrace, subjugating the local tribes, and founding a new city in their midst to serve as a military garrison, naming it, with characteristic boldness, Philippopolis, modern Plovdiv. In a few short years, he had transformed Macedon from a failing state on the brink of dissolution into the undisputed master of the northern Balkans. Only then did Philip turn south to Greece. He did not arrive as a northern barbarian, but as a cunning and patient participant in Greek affairs, using bribery, claiming, as the orator Demosthenes wailed, that any fortress could be taken by an ass laden with gold, and diplomacy to achieve his aims. He intervened in the sacred wars as the pious defender of the Delphic oracle, gaining a legitimate foothold and a seat on the council that governed Greek affairs. The old city-states, particularly Athens and Thebes, finally recognized the danger too late, forming one last, desperate alliance to preserve their freedom. They met Philip's army on the plain of Chaeronea in 338 BC. The battle was his masterpiece. Philip's phalanx held the center, while his 18-year-old son, Alexander, led the decisive cavalry charge that annihilated the legendary Theban sacred band. It was the end of an era. The independent Greek polis was finished as a geopolitical force. Philip, however, was not a destroyer but a unifier. He forced the Greek states, save Sparta, into a new League of Corinth, declared a common peace, and had himself proclaimed hegemon, the supreme military commander of all the Hellenes. He had unified the entire Greek and Balkan world as no one had ever done, and he had done so with a single purpose in mind: to lead this vast, new, combined force on a great pan-Hellenic crusade of revenge against the Persian Empire. Philip's grand design was complete. The fractious Greek world had been brought to heel at Chaeronea, the League of Corinth had been established, and the full combined might of Hellas and Macedon was now poised like a single drawn bowstring, aimed at the heart of the Persian Empire. The great crusade was imminent, its vanguard already preparing to cross into Asia. But history rarely permits such clean transitions, and the man who had forged this new world would not be the one to lead it. In 336 BC, at Aigai, the old royal capital, during the lavish wedding feast of his own daughter, Cleopatra, Philip II was struck down, a dagger plunged into his side by his own bodyguard, Pausanias. In the midst of the celebration, the hegemon of Greece, the unifier of the Balkans, the master of the Sarissa phalanx, bled to death on the floor of his own theater. The bowstring was snapped, and in an instant, the entire vast and brutally won edifice of Macedonian power began to tremble. The man who inherited this chaos was Philip's son Alexander, a young man of just 20 years, whose genius was known to his tutors, but whose capacity to rule was as yet untested in the fires of a real crisis. The news of Philip's death spread like a wildfire, and with it, the hopes of all the peoples he had subjugated. In the south, the orators in Athens and Thebes began to whisper of freedom, believing the Macedonian lion was dead, replaced by a mere cub. But the more immediate, more visceral danger came from the north, from the very lands Philip had spent his life pacifying. The tribal kings of Illyria and Thrace, the fierce horsemen of the Triballi, and the Getae warriors on the far bank of the Danube. They had not sworn allegiance to a state, but to a man, to Philip. With that man dead, all oaths were void, all treaties broken. They saw not a kingdom in transition, but a kingdom in collapse, an opportunity for plunder and the reclaiming of their lost independence. As Alexander swiftly secured his throne in Macedon through a series of ruthless executions, he knew that before he could ever dream of his father's Persian campaign, before he could even dare to discipline the rebellious Greeks, he must first secure his own backyard. He had to remind the Balkan tribes who their master was, and he had to do it with a speed and ferocity that would leave no doubt. In the spring of 335 BC, Alexander did not march south to cow Athens, as many expected. He marched north into the storm. His objective was Thrace, where the independent tribes, secure in their mountain passes, had risen in open revolt. His army, the new professional force his father had built, moved with a speed that defied the terrain. They entered the formidable Shipka Pass in the Haemus Mons, the Balkan mountains, only to find the high ground blocked. The Thracians, in a display of ingenious barbarian tactics, had gathered their heavy war wagons at the crest of the pass, intending to roll them down like thunder upon the densely packed phalanx as it struggled up the narrow incline, smashing its disciplined ranks into chaos. It was a deadly trap. Alexander, however, demonstrated that his mind was as flexible as his father's. He gave a new, unheard-of order to his men. Where the pass was wide enough, the ranks were to part, opening lanes to let the wagons roll harmlessly through. Where it was too narrow, the soldiers were to lie flat on the ground, interlocking their shields above them, creating a solid, armored shell off which the wagons would, he hoped, simply bounce and pass over. The Thracians unleashed their avalanche. The phalanx held, the wagons either crashing through the open channels or rumbling harmlessly over the locked shields of the prone hoplites, and the Macedonians, rising unharmed, took the pass in a single, terrifying charge. Having broken the Thracians, Alexander pushed his army north into the lands of the powerful Triballi, a tribe that had once humiliated his father. He pursued their king, Syrmus, relentlessly, driving the Tribalian army back until they took refuge on a small, swampy island in the middle of the vast, misty expanse of the Danube River. Alexander had reached the symbolic edge of the known world, the great river that separated Thrace from the wild, unknown lands of the Getae. His initial attempts to assault the island with a hastily assembled flotilla of native boats failed. The current was too swift, the island's defenders too determined. It was a check, a moment of failure, but in that failure, Alexander conceived a maneuver of such breathtaking audacity that it would become the signature of his entire career, an act of pure psychological warfare. On the far bank of the Danube, a massive host of giddy warriors, horsemen, and infantry had gathered, shouting insults, confident that the river was an impassable shield. Alexander decided to cross it. Under the cover of a single night, he gathered his remaining boats and critically had his men stuff their leather tents with hay, stitching them watertight to create thousands of makeshift rafts. In the pre-dawn darkness, in absolute silence, a force of 1,500 cavalry and 4,000 infantry was ferried across the widest, fastest river in Europe. As the sun rose, the Getae awoke to an impossible sight, a Macedonian phalanx, its sarissas glinting in the morning light, already formed up in a deep square on their side of the river, with the companion cavalry massing on its wings. This was not a battle, it was a vision. The Getae army, which had gathered in such brave numbers, was so utterly stunned by the appearance of an enemy they believed to be almost supernatural that their courage evaporated. They broke. They fled their nearby town without a fight, and Alexander's men took it with ease. He had not crossed the Danube to conquer, but to terrify. The lesson, however, was not over. As Alexander accepted tribute from the humbled tribes near the Danube, a frantic message arrived from the west. The Balkan storm had broken in a new place. Cletus, the son of Philip's old enemy Bardylus, had raised the Illyrians in revolt, and he had been joined by Glaucius, the formidable king of the Taulanti tribe. Together, they were besieging the crucial Macedonian fortress of Pelion on the border of Illyria. Alexander's army was now on the wrong side of the peninsula. He put them on the march, and in a display of logistical mastery, crossed the entire Balkan range, covering hundreds of miles in a matter of weeks. He arrived at Pelion to find his garrison besieged and his own army in a perilous position, trapped in a narrow river valley, with Cletus's army on the hills around the fort and Glaucius's army guarding the pass he had just entered. He was surrounded. In this desperate trap, Alexander staged one of the most bizarre and brilliant displays of his life. The next morning, he marched his entire army out onto the small valley floor, in full view of the Illyrian tribesmen who were watching from the surrounding hills. Then, in dead, unnerving silence, he ordered his phalanx to perform its complex drills. The dense forest of pikes wheeled left, then right, then advanced, then contracted, all as a single, silent creature, the hypaspists mirroring their movements, the cavalry trotting in perfect wedge formations. The Illyrians, whose entire concept of warfare was based on individual screaming charges, stared down from the hills, mesmerized and profoundly unnerved by this silent, machine-like display of disciplined power. When Alexander finally ordered his left wing to raise their sarissas and slam them against their shields, letting out a single deafening war cry, the Illyrians on the hills above them, their nerves already shattered, broke and fled without a single blow being struck. Alexander had used a parade ground drill as a weapon of terror. That night, he completed the lesson, launching a surprise attack back across the river, destroying the Illyrian camp and scattering their armies to the wind. The northern storm was over, its every thunderhead dispersed by a campaign of impossible speed and chilling psychological insight. His frontier was now truly secure, and as he stood at Pelion, a new messenger arrived, this time from the south. The city of Thebes, hearing a false rumor that Alexander had been killed in Illyria, had finally risen in open, disastrous rebellion. The cub, having proven himself a lion in the north, now turned south to deliver his final, terrible judgment. Alexander's judgment on Thebes was an act of terrible, calculated swiftness. He razed the ancient city to the ground, sparing only the temples and the house of the poet Pindar, a demonstration of power so absolute that it shocked the rest of Greece into a stunned, sullen obedience. With his northern and southern frontiers now secured in blood and ash, the young king was free to turn his gaze east to fulfill his father's grand crusade. For the next 11 years, the Balkan Peninsula, The very heartland and forge of his army became a vast, quiet recruiting ground, a reservoir of manpower that steadily marched east, feeding an Unskayan 1-1. The Diadochi, successors, carve up Alexander's empire. 2. Lysimachus takes Thrace, Cassander seizes Macedon. 3. The Lamian War, Greece's failed bid for freedom. 4. The murder of Alexander's family in Macedon. 5. The long, brutal wars weaken the Balkan frontiers. Asing campaign that toppled the Persian Empire, crossed the Hindu Kush, and reached the banks of the Indus River. The wealth of Asia flowed back to Macedon in a golden torrent, but its finest sons were bleeding out on the sands of Issus, Gaugamela, and the Sogdian Rock. And then, in 323 BC, in the opulent, sun-baked palace of Nebuchadnezzar II in Babylon, Alexander died, his body consumed by a sudden, violent fever. His empire, the largest the Western world had ever seen, left in his own apocryphal last words to the strongest. The news of his death, when it finally reached the Balkan homeland, did not bring peace. It unleashed chaos. The empire had no adult heir, only a yet unborn child, Alexander IV, and a mentally unfit half-brother, Philip III. The real power lay with the marshals, the brilliant, ruthless, and pathologically ambitious generals who had conquered the world at his side. These were the Diadochi, the successors, and in their struggle for the spoils of a global empire, the Balkan Peninsula, Philip's hard-won, unified kingdom, would be torn apart, becoming just one more bloody prize on a vast continental chessboard. The first to act were the Athenians, who saw in Alexander's death the long-awaited chance to reclaim their liberty. They sparked the Lamian War, a desperate pan-Hellenic revolt against Macedonian control, and for a brief, hopeful moment, they bottled up Alexander's aged regent, Antipater, in the city of Lamia. But the professional, battle-hardened Macedonian legions were too strong. Antipater, reinforced by other generals, crushed the Athenian-led fleet and defeated their army at the Battle of Cranon in 322 BC. The revolt was broken, and the last vestiges of true Athenian independence were extinguished forever. But this was merely a prelude. The true war was among the Macedonians themselves. In the first great carving up of the empire, the partition of Babylon, Antipater had secured control of Macedon and Greece, the European heartland. But another general, Lysimachus, one of Alexander's own bodyguards, a man of rugged endurance and immense ambition, was given the most difficult and dangerous of all assignments, the satrapy of Thrace. This was not a settled kingdom, but a cauldron of proud, unsubdued tribes, the very people Alexander had so briefly terrified into submission. Lysimachus's task was to hold the Danube frontier, to keep the Thracian horsemen in check, and to extract the wealth of the gold mines, all while keeping a wary eye on his rival generals in Asia. He threw himself into the task with a grim determination, founding a new, magnificent capital city on the strategic Gallipoli Peninsula, which he named with characteristic hubris Lysimachia. This city would be his fortress, his mint, and his royal court, a beacon of Hellenistic power on the very edge of the European wilderness. His reign in Thrace was a microcosm of the entire era, a constant, brutal struggle for survival. He campaigned relentlessly against the Adriatic, and further north he faced the Getae. In one disastrous campaign, he overextended his army and was actually captured by the Getae king, Dromicetes, who, in a famous display of barbarian wisdom, supposedly sat his royal captive down at a lavish banquet, serving him wine from golden cups on a silver table, while the Getae themselves ate scraps from wooden plates. He was, Dromicates explained, showing Lysimachus the folly of leaving his own civilized lands to conquer a people who lived in such a harsh, poor, and forbidding landscape. The lesson was learned, a ransom paid, and a peace treaty sealed. But the incident revealed how tenuous the Macedonian hold on the deep Balkans truly was. Meanwhile, in Macedon itself, the royal house of Alexander was systematically and tragically exterminated. Antipater's son, Cassander, a cruel and capable man, seized control of the homeland. To secure his own claim, he embarked on a campaign of political murder, first ordering the execution of Alexander's formidable mother, Olympias. Later, in the fortress of Amphipolis, he had Alexander's Persian wife Roxana and his young son, the 13-year-old King Alexander IV, quietly poisoned, ending the Argead dynasty that had ruled Macedon for centuries. Cassander, now king, attempted to rebuild the shattered kingdom, most notably by founding a new capital on the Aegean coast in 315 BC, naming it after his wife, Thessaloniki, who was also Alexander's half-sister. This city would become one of the great metropolises of the ancient world, a testament to an age of bloodshed. For 40 years, these successors, Lysimachus in Thrace, Cassander in Macedon, Antigonus One-Eye and his son, Demetrius the Besieger in Asia and Greece, Seleucus in Babylon, and Ptolemy in Egypt, waged war upon each other in every conceivable combination. The Balkan territories were a vital, exhausted battleground. Their phalanxes, composed of Macedonian and Illyrian veterans, were marched back and forth across the Hellespont, their forests stripped for timber to build the gargantuan warships of Demetrius, their communities bled white by taxes to pay for mercenaries. The unity Philip had forged was a distant memory. Lysimachus's kingdom, for a time, became a great power. He defeated Antigonus at the colossal battle of Ipsus, and even, for a few short years, added the crown of Macedon to his own, briefly reuniting the European heartland. But his ambition was his undoing. In 281 BC, at the Battle of Carpathians, the aged Lysimachus, the last of Alexander's original bodyguards, was defeated and killed by his rival Seleucus. His Thracian kingdom, the state he had spent a lifetime building, instantly disintegrated. The tribes rose in revolt, and the entire northern frontier, from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, which had been so brutally held in place, first by Philip, then by Alexander, and then by Lysimachus, was left suddenly, catastrophically, and completely unguarded. The death of Lysimachus at Carpathians in 281 BC was not just the end of a man, it was the end of a frontier. The vast, precarious Thracian kingdom he had held together through sheer, grim-faced will, the kingdom that served as Macedon's northern shield, simply evaporated. The Danube, that great river border that Philip and Alexander had so ruthlessly enforced, was now an open, undefended line. Into this vacuum, a new and terrifying force, a people of iron, migration, and a famous, terrifying battle fury, was already moving south from the deep forests of Central Europe. This was the Celtic Thunder, a massive migratory wave of Gallic tribes who, having spent the previous century sacking Rome and spreading across the Po Valley, were now turning their gaze east, drawn by the stories of the gold of Thrace and the legendary fabulous wealth of the Greek sanctuaries. These were not the organized, state-building armies of the Macedonians. This was a human avalanche, entire peoples on the move, their families and possessions packed into heavy, four-wheeled wagons, their warriors marching alongside, a chaotic, vibrant, and terrifying host. They were a people of the Latin culture, a new artistic and technological horizon defined by swirling, abstract designs on metalwork, spirals, and strange, hidden faces on their helmets and sword hilts, and by their mastery of long iron swords, which they wielded with devastating effect. The Greeks and Romans, who were both fascinated and appalled by them, described them as tall, fair-skinned, and loud, their aristocratic warriors often liming their hair to bleach it and spike it up, making them appear even more fearsome. They were notorious for fighting with a reckless, ecstatic courage known as furor, some even casting off their shirts and chainmail to charge into battle naked from the waist up, a psychological tactic that unnerved the disciplined ranks of their Mediterranean foes. And they were headhunters, believing the soul resided in the head, and would often ride from battle with the bloody, severed trophies of their most honored enemies dangling from their horses' bridles, a practice that chilled the blood of the civilized world. In 280 BC, this great migration, numbering in the tens of thousands, rolled down the Danube valleys and shattered against the fragmented, leaderless remnants of the Balkan kingdoms. The Macedonians, consumed by their own internal power struggles, hastily put a king named Ptolemy Karanos on the throne. He met the Gallic wave with arrogance, dismissing their ambassadors, and his army was annihilated for his pride. Karanos himself was captured, and in a symbolic display of their contempt, the Gallic warriors beheaded him and paraded his head upon a spear, plunging Macedon into total anarchy. The Celtic host, now effectively unopposed, splintered. One great division, under Leonorius and Lutarius, turned east into Thrace, plundering the remnants of Lysimachus's kingdom, before eventually crossing into Asia Minor to become the Galatians. But the largest and most notorious division, led by a fearsome chieftain named Brennus, a name, perhaps a title, that echoed the chieftain who had sacked Rome a century earlier, turned south, drawn by the greatest prize of all, the sacred, treasure-filled sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi. The heart of Greece, which had been so long sheltered from the northern storms, was now laid bare. Brennus's army, a horde of warriors, swept south through the leaderless lands of Macedon and Thessaly, a tide of iron and noise. The Greek city-states of the south, particularly the rugged Aetolian League, were forced to remember their ancestors. In a scene that was a haunting echo of the Persian invasion, a combined Greek army gathered at the narrow pass of Thermopylae in 279 BC to make a stand, to block the barbarian tide from entering the Greek heartland. For several days, the disciplined hoplites and the mobile Aetolian javelin men held the pass. The sheer narrowness of the terrain and the long spears of the Greeks neutralizing the Gauls' ferocious, disorganized charges. But history, with its cruel sense of irony, repeated itself. Just as Xerxes had been shown a hidden path over the mountains, so too was Brennus. He dispatched a force to follow the track, outflanking the Greek defenders, who were forced to flee by sea in a desperate evacuation to save themselves. The pass was open. The road to Delphi was now undefended, and the Gallic army, greedy for the accumulated wealth of centuries, the gold tripods, the silver statues, The endless votive offerings from kings and cities rushed toward the sacred slopes of Mount Parnassus. The sack of Delphi was an event of profound psychological trauma for the Hellenic world, the ultimate act of sacrilege. Ancient writers, perhaps to soften the blow of the sanctuary's violation, wove a story of divine intervention. They wrote that as the Gauls, maddened by wine and their lust for plunder, charged up the sacred way, the earth itself began to tremble with a violent quake. A peal of thunder broke from a clear sky, and a mysterious, blinding snowstorm in the middle of summer began to rage, while great boulders, dislodged from the cliffs above, crashed down into the barbarian ranks. And from the mists, the terrified Greeks claimed to see the ghostly, white-robed figures of Apollo's attendants, the white virgins, and even the god himself, striding from his temple to defend his own home. Whatever the truth, be it a freak storm, a localized earthquake, or just the fanatical rock-hurling resistance of the Phocian locals, the Gauls were repulsed, their armies shattered by panic and the elements. Brennus, who had been gravely wounded in the fighting, was overcome by the shame of his failure. He is said to have called his men together, advised them to kill him and all the other wounded, and then took his own life, drinking a toast of undiluted wine. The great Gallic thunder, having broken upon the slopes of Parnassus, now receded in a fractured, broken wave. The survivors, still carrying what plunder they could, began a long, difficult retreat north. But not all of them left. A significant fragment of this great invasion, a tribe that became known as the Scordici, a people now intermingled with the Illyrian and Thracian tribes they had absorbed along the way, turned west and retreated up the Morava River Valley. They were searching for a new home, a defensible, strategic point to call their own. They found it at the very heart of the Balkans, a high, defensible hill overlooking the magnificent confluence of two great rivers, the Sava and the Danube. Here, at this crossroads of the watery highways that connected Central Europe with the Black Sea, they established their own great fortress town, their oppidum. They gave it a Celtic name, Singidunum, the fortress of the Singi tribe. This settlement, on the very ground that would one day become the city of Belgrade, was a new and permanent fixture on the Balkan map. The Celtic thunder had not just passed over. It had struck the earth, planting a new, powerful, and disruptive people in the very center of the peninsula, a people who would remain a formidable force, a Gallic kingdom in the heart of Illyria for the next 2 centuries, waiting for the arrival of the next great power that would seek to master the Danube, Rome. The Celtic thunder had receded, its echoes lingering in the formidable fortress of Singidunum, leaving behind a Balkan world that was more fractured than ever. In the east, the Thracian lands were a patchwork of feuding tribes. In the north, the Scordici had carved out their own domain, and in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty, under a new and capable king, Antigonus II Gonatas, was slowly, painfully rebuilding the state that had been shattered by the Gallic invasions, his gaze fixed nervously on the perpetually turbulent Greek cities to his south. The great powers of the Hellenistic East, the Ptolemies in Egypt, and the Seleucids in Asia, now viewed the European homeland as a volatile backwater, a place to recruit mercenaries, but no longer the center of the world. Into this power vacuum, along the steep, island-strewn coastline of the Adriatic, the very place where the Liburnian sea lords had once held sway, A new, aggressive, and unified Illyrian power began to rise, forged from the ambitions of the Ardiaei tribe. The Ardii kingdom, based in the rugged lands around the Bay of Kotor and Lake Scutari in modern-day Montenegro and Albania, had watched the chaos of the successor wars and the Gallic invasions, and they had prospered in the shadows. Their power was not built on the fertile plains of Macedon or the ancient traditions of Athens, but on the timeless, brutal economy of the Adriatic, piracy. Under a king named Agron, who reigned in the 230s BC, the Ardii did what no Illyrian tribe had done before. They consolidated the southern Illyrian tribes into a single, powerful kingdom, building a fleet of lembi, small, swift, and exceptionally fast galleys, an evolution of the older Liburnian designs, built to dart in and out of the coastal shallows, and they created a land army to match. Agron's kingdom became the most formidable native power the Western Balkans had seen since the days of Bardilis, and his ambitions were not limited to simple plunder. He began to operate as a true king, a geopolitical player, intervening in the wars of the Greek leagues, his fleet a terrifying mercenary force for hire. In 231 BC, Agron's Illyrians, acting as the allies for an Epirote city, descended upon the coast of Elis in southern Greece, fell upon the Aetolian League's army, and won a stunning, shocking victory. The barbarian pirates had defeated a major Greek military power on land. The Illyrians, laden with plunder and a newfound sense of invincibility, sailed home. Agron, it is said, was so overjoyed at the news of his victory that he plunged into a great celebration, drinking vast quantities of wine, and died suddenly, either from a burst blood vessel or a bout of pleurisy. His kingdom, at the very zenith of its power, passed not to his young son Pin, but to his second wife, the formidable Queen Tuta, who took control as regent. Tuta was a woman of fierce energy, and as events would soon prove, a profound misunderstanding of the new power that was rising just across the narrow sea. She inherited Agron's army, his fleet, and his ambition, and she saw no reason to place any restraint on the raids that had brought her kingdom such wealth. She issued a proclamation that in the eyes of the wider Mediterranean world was a declaration of anarchic war. She informed her ship captains that she considered it their private right to plunder any sail they encountered on the sea. The Illyrian fleet, now unleashed, became a scourge. They swept down the coast, attacking Epidamnos and Apollonia, the very Greek cities that had for centuries served as the hinge between the Balkans and the Mediterranean. They seized the wealthy island of Corcyra, Corfu, and installed their own garrison, effectively capturing the choke point at the mouth of the Adriatic. But their raids grew bolder. They pushed south into the Ionian Sea, preying on the shipping lanes that supplied Italy and Greece. This was, at last, an offense that could not be ignored, for it touched the interests of the one state in the western Mediterranean that had in the past century grown from a regional city-state into an imperial behemoth. This was the Roman Republic, a power that had just concluded the First Punic War against Carthage, emerging as the undisputed master of Sicily and the western seas. Rome was a paranoid, legalistic, and brutally efficient state, one that had built its power on the sanctity of alliances and the absolute intolerance of any challenge to its imperium. And the Italian merchant traders, who were now losing ships and cargo to Teuda's pirates were screaming for the Senate to act. The Senate, with its characteristic deliberate gravity, first chose the path of diplomacy. In 229 BC, they dispatched two ambassadors, the brothers Lucius and Gaius Coruncanius, to Queen Teuda's court at Scodra. The meeting was a disastrous clash of worlds. The Roman envoys, stiff-necked aristocrats accustomed to absolute deference, presented their case, demanding that the queen cease her attacks on Roman shipping. Teuda, surrounded by her victorious warrior chieftains, listened with contempt. She responded, as the historian Polybius tells us, that it was not the custom of Illyrian kings to prevent their subjects from taking private booty from the sea. This was an answer the Romans could not comprehend. To them, a state was responsible for the actions of its subjects. The younger envoy, Gaius, in a fit of Roman arrogance, replied with a fatal, undiplomatic threat. He told her that Rome had an excellent custom of publicly punishing those who committed private wrongs, and that with the help of the gods, they would soon force her to mend her royal customs. Enraged by this direct, public insult, Teuda's pride overrode her prudence. She ensured the envoys were given safe passage to their ship, but before they could set sail, she allegedly arranged for assassins to intercept their vessel. Gaius Coruncanius, the man who had delivered the insult, was murdered on his return journey. This was, for Rome, the ultimate casus belli. It was not just piracy. It was not just a diplomatic snub. It was the murder of a sacred envoy, an act of sacrilege against the majesty of the Roman people. The Senate's response was immediate, overwhelming, and utterly transformative for the Balkan Peninsula. In 229 BC, a Roman war fleet of 200 warships, a size that dwarfed anything the Illyrians possessed, crossed the Adriatic. With it came a consular army of over 20,000 legionaries and 2,000 cavalry, led by the consuls Gnaeus Fulvius Centimalis and Lucius Postumius Albinus. This was not a punitive expedition. It was a full-scale invasion, the first time a Roman legion had ever set foot on Balkan soil. The Illyrians, who were accustomed to fighting fractured tribes and small Greek levies, had no conception of the war machine they had awakened. The Roman fleet first sailed to Corcyra, where the Illyrian commander Demetrius of Pharos, a clever and treacherous Greek who had been left in charge by Teuda, swiftly assessed the situation and betrayed his queen, surrendering the island to the Romans without a fight. In exchange, he was made a client ruler, a friend of Rome. The Roman army then landed in force at Apollonia, which welcomed them as liberators. The legions advanced north, moving with a disciplined, methodical terror, relieving the siege of Epidamnos and systematically smashing Illyrian resistance. Teuda's commanders, so brilliant in coastal raids, were baffled by the Roman cohort, a flexible, sword-wielding infantry unit that tore their phalanx-like formations to pieces. The war was over almost as soon as it began. Teuda, her fleet scattered and her army broken, fled inland to the fortified town of Rhizon, her power utterly shattered. In 228 BC, she was forced to accept a humiliating peace. She was to pay a heavy indemnity, abandon all of Illyria save for a small, landlocked territory around her capital, and, most critically, she was forbidden to sail any warship south of the city of Lissus. Rome had not conquered Illyria, not yet, but it had drawn its first line in the Balkan sand. It had established a protectorate over the Greek cities, installed its first clients, and announced to the entire Hellenistic world that the Adriatic was now a Roman sea, and that the affairs of the Balkans were from this moment forward the affairs of Rome. Rome's first military campaign in the Balkans had been a sharp, localized, and clinical act of police work, a response to the provocations of an Illyrian queen. In humbling Teuta, Rome had established a protectorate, drawn a line on the map, and then, for the most part, turned its attention back to its true, mortal rival, the great commercial empire of Carthage. But in drawing that line, the Roman Republic had perhaps unintentionally made itself a permanent neighbor to the true heavyweight of the region, the successor kingdom that viewed all of Hellas and the Balkan interior as its natural sphere of influence. This was the Antigonid kingdom of Macedon, ruled from its capital at Pella, the very state forged by Philip II and wielded by Alexander the Great. Its current king was Philip V, a young, energetic, and ambitious monarch who looked upon this new Roman presence on his western flank with a deep and growing resentment. He was a creature of the Hellenistic world, a man who saw his rivals as the other great kings, the Ptolemies in Egypt and the Seleucids in Asia, and he simply could not comprehend this strange, legalistic republic of merchants and farmers that presumed to dictate terms on his very doorstep. Philip's opportunity to challenge this new power seemed to arrive in 217 BC, when the stunning news reached him that the great Carthaginian general, Hannibal, had lured a Roman consular army into a trap at Lake Trasimene and utterly annihilated it. A year later, at Cannae, Hannibal would inflict an even more catastrophic defeat, a slaughter that nearly broke the Roman state. Believing Rome was finished, its destruction imminent, Philip V made the single greatest miscalculation of his reign. In 215 BC, he signed a formal treaty of alliance with Hannibal, declaring war on a republic he believed was already dead. This First Macedonian War was for Rome an infuriating distraction, a war on a second front, while their homeland was fighting for its very survival. They could not spare their main legions, so they fought Philip by proxy, arming and financing their new Greek allies, the rugged Aetolian League, to do the fighting for them. The war was a long, grinding, and indecisive affair of raids and counter-raids that exhausted the Greek states and ended in a stalemate, the Peace of Phenice, in 205 BC. But for Rome, the war had been a profound political education. Philip V was now a marked man, an enemy who had stabbed them in the back during their darkest hour. In 200 BC, Rome had finally done the impossible. They had defeated Hannibal, crushed Carthage, and emerged as the undisputed masters of the Western Mediterranean. Now, with a surplus of battle-hardened legions and a long, vengeful memory, the Senate turned its full, undivided attention back to Macedon. Philip, in his arrogance, had been busy expanding his power in the Aegean, attacking Roman allies like Pergamum and Rhodes, who were now screaming for Roman protection. The Senate, using the masterful propaganda slogan of liberating the Greeks from Macedonian tyranny, declared the Second Macedonian War. This was to be the first great test, the epic generational clash between the two dominant military systems of the ancient world, the Macedonian phalanx and the Roman legion. The phalanx, which we remember from Philip II's innovations, was still a terrifying wall of death, a dense formation, 16 ranks deep, its power coming from the forest of 18-foot sarissa pikes that projected from its front ranks. On flat, open ground, it was an impregnable, unstoppable juggernaut, a single armored beast that had crushed everything in its path for a century and a half. The Roman legion, however, was a different creature altogether. It was not a single, solid block, but a flexible, articulated system of smaller, independent units called maniples, which were later grouped into cohorts. Its soldier was not a pikeman, but a swordsman armed with a short, heavy, and lethally effective stabbing sword, the gladius, and protected by a large curved shield, the scutum. The legion was designed for flexibility, for initiative, and for fighting on the broken, uneven, and hilly terrain of Italy, terrain very similar to that of Greece. The decisive collision came in 197 BC at Cynocephaly, or the Dog's Heads, a series of high rolling hills in Thessaly. The battle began in a chaotic morning mist, with both armies ascending the same ridges, neither fully aware of the other's position. On the right wing, the Macedonian phalanx, charging downhill with all the disciplined weight of its tradition, did exactly what it was designed to do. It smashed the Roman line, which buckled and began to give way. But on the left wing, the Macedonian units, still struggling to form their rigid lines on the steep, broken ground, fell into disorder. The Roman consul, Titus Quinctius Flamininus, saw the gap, but it was an unnamed military tribune who, in a moment of brilliant, independent initiative, made the war-winning decision. He detached 20 maniples, about 2,000 men, from his own successful wing, wheeled them around, and charged them not into the front, but into the unprotected, vulnerable rear of the victorious Macedonian phalanx. The result was a slaughter. The phalangite, his long sarissa completely useless against an enemy who was now behind him, had only a tiny dagger to defend himself. He was a man trapped in an iron forest, systematically cut to pieces by the Roman legionaries, who darted into the formation, their heavy shields protecting them, their short swords stabbing, gutting, and destroying the now helpless Macedonian infantry. The phalanx did not just break, it dissolved in a matter of minutes. Philip the Thief fled, his army destroyed, his kingdom lost. Flamininus, in a masterful act of political theater, appeared at the subsequent Isthmian Games and proclaimed the freedom of the Greeks, a declaration that was met with a delirious, ecstatic roar of gratitude from the assembled crowds. It was, of course, a new Roman kind of freedom, the freedom to do as one was told. Macedon was now a vassal state, but the story was not quite over. Philip's son, Perseus, a proud man who had watched his father's humiliation, inherited the throne and began to quietly, carefully rebuild Macedon's army, its treasury, and its alliances, dreaming of one day avenging his kingdom. Rome, with its vast network of spies, watched this resurgence with growing, paranoid suspicion. In 171 BC, they declared the Third Macedonian War a final, fatal act. The end came on June 22, 168 BC, on the flat coastal plain near the town of Pydna. The consul Lucius Aemilius Paulus faced Perseus's army. This time the phalanx was on perfect ground. It advanced like a single, monstrous, iron-tipped creature, and it was unstoppable. The Roman legions, faced with this terrifying wall of pikes, began to fall back, their ranks buckling. But Paulus, a veteran general, had ordered them to retreat slowly, in good order, pulling the charging Macedonians onto the uneven, broken ground of the foothills behind them. As the phalanx, in the heat of its own success, moved from the flat plain to the rougher ground, its perfect, rigid cohesion began to crack. Small gaps and fissures opened in its iron wall. Paulus, seeing the moment, gave the order. The Roman cohorts did not attack the front. They infiltrated. They operated like wolves, darting into the tiny, fatal gaps, getting inside the pike, and once again, the slaughter of cynocephaly was repeated, but on a far more catastrophic scale. The phalanx was not just defeated, it was annihilated. The kingdom of Macedon, the legacy of Philip and Alexander, was extinguished on that field. Perseus was captured and marched in chains in Paulus's magnificent triumph in Rome, and the kingdom itself was dissolved, broken by the Senate into 4 powerless, puppet republics. The great Hellenistic power that had dominated the Balkans for 2 centuries was gone, clinically dismantled, and erased from the map. Rome was now the undisputed and utterly terrifying master of the peninsula. The catastrophic Roman victory at Pydna in 168 BC had not just defeated a king, it had eviscerated a kingdom. The legacy of Alexander, the proud Antigonid state of Macedon, was clinically dismembered, carved into 4 weak and mutually suspicious republics that were forbidden to trade or intermarry with one another, their political life now entirely subject to the whims of the Roman Senate. For the next 2 decades, Rome ruled from a distance. Its presence felt not through legions, but through the long, cold shadow of its authority, until a failed, desperate uprising by a pretender named Andriscus in 148 BC gave the Senate the pretext it needed. Macedon was formally annexed, its name now just a label on a map for a new Roman province, the first to be established in the Hellenistic East. The conquest of Greece and Macedon was complete, and the Balkan Peninsula was now, for Rome, a crucial, vital land bridge, the highway that connected their Italian heartland to their new, wealthy, and turbulent eastern possessions. The western part of that bridge, the long, rugged, and mountainous coastline of Illyria and the deep valleys of Pannonia, was inhabited by the very tribes, the Delmatai, the Pannonians, the Bruci, who had so long resisted any form of centralized control. For the next century, Roman control in this region was a bloody and exhausting fiction. The Illyrian lands, organized loosely into the military district of Illyricum, were not a peaceful, tax-paying province, but a perpetual, simmering war zone. This was a land of small wars, a place where ambitious Roman governors would come to win a triumph, a glorious military parade, by leading their legions into the mountains, burning a few of the high fortified hill forts known as gradin, slaughtering the warriors, and enslaving the women and children. They would declare the tribe pacified, accept their surrender, and march back to Rome, only for the survivors to rebuild their forts and rebel again the moment the legion's standards had disappeared over the next mountain pass. This was a cycle of endemic violence, a guerrilla war that lasted for 5 generations, fought by tribes who cherished their fierce, brutal independence and who found the new, methodical Roman demands for taxes, tributum, and most hated of all, for their sons, to be an intolerable oppression. The Roman delectus, the forced conscription of the strongest Illyrian and Pannonian young men into the Roman auxiliary cohorts, was a wound that never healed, as it bled the tribes of their future, sending their warriors to die in the dust of Syria or the cold forests of Gaul. This century-long stalemate, this simmering cauldron of hatred, finally and catastrophically boiled over in the year 6 AD. The Emperor Augustus, now at the pinnacle of his power, was planning his most ambitious military campaign, a grand pincer movement from two directions to encircle and destroy the powerful Germanic kingdom of Maroboduus in modern-day Bohemia. To fuel this vast undertaking, he dispatched his stepson and greatest general, Tiberius, to Illyricum to conduct an exceptionally wide-ranging and ruthless delectus. Roman recruiting officers fanned out across the mountains of Dalmatia and the plains of Pannonia, demanding a levy of warriors that was simply too much to bear. This last, unbearable demand for their children, this final insult, was the spark that ignited the inferno. The entire region, from the Adriatic coast to the banks of the Danube, rose as one in a unified, desperate, and brilliantly organized insurrection, an event that would become known in Roman history as the Bellum Battonianum, or the Great Illyrian Revolt. It began with the Dacians tribe in the mountainous heart of modern-day Bosnia, led by a charismatic and militarily brilliant chieftain named Bato. Almost simultaneously, in Pannonia to the north, the Bruci tribe rose up along the Sava River, led by their own chieftain, who in a confusing twist of fate was also named Bato. The two Batos formed an alliance, and in a matter of weeks, the disparate feuding tribes of the entire Western Balkans, a landmass encompassing modern Croatia, Bosnia, Slovenia, and parts of Hungary, Serbia, and Austria, were united in a single furious war of liberation. This was not a barbarian raid. This was a national uprising. The rebels, many of whom had served as Roman auxiliaries, were not a disorganized horde. They understood Roman tactics, Roman logistics, and Roman discipline. They organized their own armies into infantry cohorts. They had cavalry wings and military standards, and they moved with a strategic purpose that utterly terrified the Roman establishment. The historian Suetonius later wrote that Augustus was gripped by a panic he had not felt since the darkest days of the wars against Hannibal, claiming that this was the most dangerous conflict the Republic had faced in 2 centuries, for the rebels were only a 10-day march from an undefended Italy. The Roman response was total and immediate. Augustus was forced to cancel his grand German campaign. The war against Maroboduus was abandoned, a humiliating peace hastily signed. Tiberius was ordered to turn his entire, massive army, the veteran legions of the Rhine and Danube frontiers, and march south to confront this internal existential threat. This was total war. Rome eventually massed a staggering force, at times numbering 15 legions and an equal number of auxiliaries, a force of nearly 200,000 men, the largest single concentration of Roman military power of its age, all focused on this one rebellious corner of the Balkans. But the Illyrians, led by Bato the Dacidiot, were too smart to meet this machine in a pitched battle. Instead, they waged a brutal, bloody, and highly effective guerrilla war, melting back into the Dinaric Alps, using the dense forests, the narrow gorges, and their remote fortified gradine to ambush Roman columns, cut supply lines, and inflict 1,000 small agonizing cuts. For 3 years, from 6 to 9 AD, Tiberius, a general who was not flashy but was slow, methodical, and utterly ruthless, waged a war of pure attrition. He divided his enormous army into multiple columns and adopted a scorched earth policy, a strategy of systematic extermination. His legions did not just hunt warriors, They burned fields, slaughtered livestock, destroyed every settlement, and methodically depopulated the entire landscape, starving the rebellion into submission, valley by agonizing valley. The rebel alliance, under this relentless genocidal pressure, finally cracked. In 8 AD, Bato the Bruci, his Pannonian homeland a smoking, famine-stricken ruin, surrendered to the Romans. He was, for his treachery, captured and executed by the other Bato, but the war in the lowlands was over. The rebellion was now confined to the mountains of Dalmatia, where Bato the Decidiate, the last defiant symbol of Illyrian freedom, fought on, his back to the wall. He was finally cornered in the fortress of Andetrium in 9 AD, and with his people starving, his warriors exhausted, and all hope gone, he finally surrendered himself in person to Tiberius. The Romans, who respected nothing so much as courage and a worthy opponent, recorded a famous, almost legendary exchange. Tiberius, looking at the man who had fought his empire to a standstill for 3 long years, supposedly asked him, "Why did you and your people revolt?" And Bato, meeting his gaze, gave an answer that summed up a century of Roman oppression. "You are to blame, for you sent not shepherds or dogs to guard your flocks, but wolves." The revolt was over. The land was a graveyard, but it was, at last, truly pacified. The Romans, having learned a terrible lesson, began to reorganize the entire frontier. The old tribal identities were systematically broken, the populations forcibly moved from their defensible hill forts down into the vulnerable, easily policed valleys, and new, permanent legionary camps were established to guard the Danube. The provinces of Pannonia and Dalmatia were formally created, their borders drawn in blood. Just as this immense war concluded, a messenger arrived in Rome with news of another disaster. 3 legions, under the general Varus, had been annihilated in the Teutoburg forest. It was a blow that would define the empire, a catastrophe that Augustus could only face, because the great Illyrian War, the war that had forged the Roman Balkans, had, at that very moment, finally ended. The great Illyrian revolt had been extinguished in a tide of fire and iron, a brutal 3-year war that had by 9 AD seared the Roman eagle onto the very soul of the Western Balkans, creating the new, heavily garrisoned provinces of Pannonia and Dalmatia. The frontier along the middle Danube was now a line of smoking ruins and newly rising legionary watchtowers, its pacification achieved through a war so total it had verged on extermination. But while Tiberius had been waging this desperate struggle in the west, the eastern half of the peninsula, the ancient, mystical, and fractured land of Thrace, was still being managed through a different, and in many ways, a far more Roman method of control. This was not yet a story of direct conquest, but one of slow, creeping annexation, a long, messy, and cynical game of client kings, proxy wars, and carefully managed dynastic decay. Rome, having shattered Macedon, had not immediately rushed to annex the wild Thracian lands. It had instead preferred to rule them at arm's length, using the native aristocracy as puppets to guard the volatile lower Danube frontier. The primary instrument of this policy was the Odrysian kingdom, the very state that Terrace had once forged, which was now restored to a semblance of power as a friend and ally of the Roman people. This was a poisoned chalice. The Odrysian kings, such as Sapes, Cotys, and Rescoporus, owed their thrones, their wealth, and their very survival to the Roman governor in Macedon. In the eyes of their own people, the fierce, independent tribes of the mountains, particularly the Bessi, who were the jealous guardians of the great sanctuary of Dionysus in the Rhodope Mountains, these kings were not rulers. They were traitors, Roman lapdogs who collected taxes and enforced the delectus for a foreign master. This division turned Thrace into a cauldron of perpetual, low-level civil war, a land divided against itself, which was precisely how Rome preferred it. The kingdom was a buffer, a shock absorber that took the first impact of raids from the Getae, the Bastarnae, and other tribes from north of the Danube, sparing Rome the expense of garrisoning the frontier itself. But this was a frontier that refused to stay quiet. The Thracian tribes, particularly the Bessi, rose in almost every generation, their rebellions often taking on the character of a religious crusade, a fight to reclaim their sacred mountain sanctuaries from the Roman-backed kings. This, in turn, forced the Roman legions to intervene, time and time again. Ambitious governors of Macedon saw Thrace as their proving ground, a place to win military glory. As early as 75 BC, Gnaeus Scribonius Curio had marched his legions deep into the Balkan interior, becoming the first Roman general to ever see the great Danube River. But the most significant of these campaigns came around 29 BC, when Marcus Licinius Crassus, grandson of the fabulously wealthy triumvir, launched a massive offensive. Ostensibly, he was aiding his Odrysian allies against the Bastarnae, a powerful tribe that had crossed the frozen Danube, but Crassus used the opportunity to wage a sweeping war of conquest across the entire region, crushing the Bessi, subduing the Getae, and planting the Roman standards firmly on the banks of the lower Danube. He established a new frontier, the Ripa Thracia, the Thracian Bank, and for his victories he was granted a triumph, though Augustus, ever jealous of military glory, subtly denied him the highest honors. These campaigns did not bring peace, they merely tightened the Roman grip. The Odrysian kingdom itself, racked by the internal contradictions of its existence, began to tear itself apart in a dark, tragic, and almost operatic fashion. The kingdom was frequently divided by Rome between two royal brothers, one to rule the civilized coastal plains, and the other to manage the rebellious, wild interior. Around 12 AD, this division was between Cotys, a gentle, educated, and thoroughly Romanized man, and his uncle, Rescoporus, a fierce, traditional, and ruthless Thracian warrior. Rescoporus, despising his nephew's weakness and his subservience to Rome, lured Cotys to a banquet under the pretense of a reconciliation. He seized him, threw him in chains, and later, claiming his nephew had committed suicide, had him murdered. It was a bald, brutal assertion of Thracian independence. The Emperor Tiberius, now on the imperial throne, was incensed. He summoned Rescoporus to Rome for trial, and when the Thracian king, sensing the trap, was captured, he was brought before the Senate, condemned and exiled to Alexandria, where he was, conveniently, killed while trying to escape. This grisly soap opera of betrayal and assassination, which was the norm for Thracian dynastic politics, was becoming more trouble than it was worth. The final act began in 21 AD, when a massive uprising, fueled by hatred of the Roman taxes and the brutality of the delectus, united the Thracian tribes in a way not seen for generations. It took Roman legions several years to hunt down the rebels in their mountain strongholds. The client kingdom was a failed experiment. The final straw came in 46 AD, when the last Odrysian king, Romatelsis III, was murdered by his own wife, an act that plunged the kingdom into its final chaotic collapse. The Emperor Claudius, a man who famously preferred tidy bureaucratic solutions to messy, half-governed frontiers, decided that the game was over. He abolished the farce of Thracian independence. The legions marched in, and the entire territory was formally annexed and reorganized. The southern half, the old Adriatic heartland, became the new province of Thracia. The northern half, the vast, strategically vital plain between the Balkan mountains and the great river, was organized as the province of Moesia. The conquest of the ancient Balkans was at last complete. It had taken Rome more than 2 centuries, from the first punitive expedition against Queen Tuta to the final annexation by Claudius. The entire peninsula, from the high passes of the Julian Alps to the humid shores of the Black Sea, was now Roman, and most importantly, the Danube River, in its entire majestic continent-spanning length, was now the definitive fortified imperial frontier. The small wars were over. The legions were no longer campaigning. They were garrisoning. They built their great fortress camps, their castra, at key strategic points along the river, at Singidunum, at Viminacium, at Oescus, and at Novae. And in the long, watchful peace that followed, these camps would grow into great, sprawling cities. The Roman wolf was no longer just raiding the flock. He was now the shepherd, his iron crook enclosing the entire Balkan world, his gaze fixed northward across the great river toward the last defiant and gold-rich kingdom that had yet to be tamed, Dacia. The final bloody pacification of Illyricum and the slow, methodical annexation of Thrace and Moesia had, by the reign of Claudius, completed the great Roman project in the Balkans. The peninsula was now a Roman lake, its ancient, fierce tribes subjugated, its lands carved into provinces, its entire southern boundary now defined by the majestic, flowing line of the Danube River. This was now the Limes, the great imperial frontier, a chain of legionary fortresses and watchtowers that stretched from the Alps to the Black Sea, separating the Orbis Romanus, the Roman world, from Barbaricum. But just across that great, shimmering river, in the wild forested fortress of the Carpathian Mountains, the last and greatest of the independent Balkan kingdoms had been watching, waiting, and most dangerously of all, reforming. This was the kingdom of Dacia, the land of Zalmoxis and the Davai, the kingdom that the great Burebista had once forged into an empire, only for it to shatter upon his death. For a century, it had remained a fractured land of competing chieftains, a noisy but manageable threat. But now, in the last decades of the 1st century AD, a new king had risen, a leader as cunning, as ruthless, and as unifying as Burebista himself. His name was Decebalus, and he had once again forged the Dacian tribes into a single, formidable, and wealthy state, its power centered on that same remote and sacred mountain citadel, Sarmisegetusa Regia. Decebalus was not a simple barbarian raider. He was a brilliant strategist and a clever diplomat. He understood Roman tactics, having welcomed Roman deserters and engineers into his service, and he began to test the frontier, launching probing attacks, and in 86 AD, inflicting a humiliating and catastrophic defeat upon a Roman army led by the general Cornelius Fuscus, who was killed and his legionary eagle captured. The Emperor Domitian, a man whose military record was shaky at best, was forced to conclude a peace that was, in the eyes of many Romans, an absolute disgrace. Not only did the peace recognize Decebalus as a client king, it paid him. Rome, the conqueror of the world, was now sending an annual subsidy of gold, and even worse, military engineers and artillery specialists to its nominal client, effectively paying tribute to a barbarian king to keep him from attacking. This was an intolerable stain on the majestas, the majesty of the Roman people, a wound to their pride that festered for over a decade. In 98 AD, a new man ascended to the imperial throne, a man of a completely different character. This was Marcus Ulpius Traianus, or Trajan, a soldier born not in the palaces of Rome, but in the province of Hispania. Trajan was a man of the army, a general who had spent his life on the frontiers, a man who preferred the company of his soldiers to the senators in the curia, and he understood the Danube limes intimately. He saw Decebalus not as a client to be managed, but as a cancer to be cut out. The Dacian kingdom was a threat to the stability of the entire frontier, a dangerous, independent state that mocked Roman power. And, perhaps, just as importantly, it was a kingdom of legendary wealth, its mountains filled with the gold and silver that Trajan needed to fund his ambitious building projects and to pay the bonuses, the donativa, that secured the loyalty of his legions. The subsidies of Domitian were an insult. The gold of Dacia was a prize. The war was not a question of if, but when. In 101 AD, Trajan launched his first Dacian war. This was no punitive expedition. This was a methodical, overwhelming invasion, a force of nearly 100,000 legionaries and auxiliaries, the largest Roman army yet assembled. He crossed the Danube on a massive temporary pontoon bridge and began the slow, grinding, and brutal work of forcing the Carpathian passes. Decebalus was a brilliant opponent. He refused to meet the legions in a pitched battle on the plains, instead waging a ferocious guerrilla war, using the forests and his network of high, ingeniously built fortresses, those muras Daciacus walls of timber and stone, to ambush Roman columns and inflict heavy casualties. But Trajan was a relentless, methodical general. He advanced inch by bloody inch, his engineers cutting roads, building forts, and bringing up the heavy siege catapults, the ballistae. The legions fought their way to the very heart of the kingdom, to the high, sacred valley, and laid siege to Sarmisegetusa itself. Decebalus, his army trapped and his capital about to fall, was forced to surrender. Trajan's terms were harsh. Decebalus would remain a king, but his fortress walls were to be torn down, his Roman deserters handed over, and a permanent Roman legionary garrison was to be stationed in his capital, a constant, humiliating reminder of who was truly master. Trajan returned to Rome, celebrated a magnificent triumph, and was granted the proud title of Dacicus, conqueror of Dacia. But Decebalus was not a man to wear chains, however gilded. The peace was a charade. The moment Trajan's main army was gone, the Dacian king began to secretly rebuild his Davai, to rearm his warriors, and to send desperate diplomatic missions to the surrounding barbarian tribes, even to Rome's distant enemy, the Parthian Empire, trying to build a grand anti-Roman alliance. Trajan, his patience exhausted, knew that the job was only half done. The kingdom of Dacia could not be contained. It must be erased. And for this final war, this war of annihilation, he would not rely on a temporary bridge. He would build a monument of such staggering scale and permanence that it would itself be a declaration of war. He summoned his greatest architect, Apollodorus of Damascus, the man who would later build Trajan's Forum in Rome. His order was simple: span the Danube. At the strategic crossing point of Drobeta, where the river was over a kilometer wide, Apollodorus undertook one of the greatest engineering feats of the ancient world. For 2 years, his engineers worked, building massive cofferdams in the middle of the fast-flowing deep river, pumping them dry to construct 20 enormous mortar and stone piers that rose from the riverbed. On top of these piers, they raised a colossal wooden superstructure, a flat-decked road, a permanent all-weather highway into the heart of the enemy's land. This was Trajan's Bridge, a structure so vast it beggared the imagination, a bridge that proclaimed Roman power more terrifyingly than any phalanx. It was a logistical lifeline that could pour tens of thousands of men into Dacia without pause. But more than that, it was a psychological weapon. It told Decebalus in stone and timber, "We are here, we are not leaving, and we can cross into your lands whenever we wish." In 105 AD, Trajan launched the Second Dacian War. This was not a campaign, it was a judgment. The legions poured across Apollodorus's bridge, advancing in 2 massive pincer-like columns, their orders to conquer and to destroy. The fighting was more desperate, more brutal than before. The Dacians, knowing this was a war for their very survival, fought with a primal fury, but the Roman machine was relentless. The legions systematically cornered and destroyed the Dacian armies, besieged every dava, and finally, once more, arrived at the high citadel of Sarmizegetusa Regia. The siege was short and terrible. The Romans cut the city's water supply. As the legionaries stormed the burning walls, the Dacian aristocracy, the commati, gathered for a final, defiant act. Rather than be paraded in a Roman triumph, they drank poison from a common bowl, a mass suicide that chose death over servitude. Decebalus himself, with a few of his bodyguards, managed to escape the inferno, fleeing north, a king without a kingdom. The Roman cavalry, the equites singulares, hunted him relentlessly. They finally cornered him in a forest clearing. As the first Roman centurion rode up, his hand outstretched to take the king alive, Decebalus, with his last free act, sat beneath a tree, raised his curved falx, and drew it across his own throat, dying as a free man. His severed head was brought back to Trajan, a grisly trophy that signaled the end of Dacia. The war was over. Dacia ceased to exist as a kingdom. It was annexed as a new, vast, and wealthy Roman province, the legendary treasure of Decebalus, a hoard of unimaginable wealth that the king had supposedly hidden by diverting a river and burying it in the riverbed, was found and shipped to Rome, its gold so abundant that it allegedly financed the rest of Trajan's reign and allowed for a year-long tax holiday for every citizen in the empire. But the province itself was a wasteland, its population so shattered by the war that Trajan ordered it repopulated ex toto orbe Romano from the entire Roman world. Colonists, veterans, and fortune seekers were settled on the new land, bringing with them their families, their gods, and most importantly, their language, Latin. This massive state-sponsored colonization would prove to be one of the most enduring legacies of the ancient world, creating a new, Latin-speaking people who, when the tides of history later surrounded them with Slavic and Magyar tribes, would hold on to their Roman identity, becoming the ancestors of the modern Romanians. In Rome, to celebrate this final, greatest conquest, Trajan built his magnificent forum, and at its center, a single 126-foot column carved with a spiraling stone narrative, a graphic 600-foot-long war diary that tells the entire epic story of the Dacian Wars, from the first crossing of the Danube to the last defiant suicide of its king. It still stands today, a silent, marble testament to the emperor who gave the Roman Empire its largest and last great Balkan conquest. The severed head of Decebalus, displayed in Rome, and the towering, spiraling column that celebrated his defeat, marked the definitive, brutal conclusion to the age of conquest in the Balkans. Trajan's final war had not just added a province, it had drawn a line under an era. The entire peninsula, from the high, cloud-shrouded peaks of the Julian Alps to the vast, humid delta of the Danube, was now, at last, entirely Roman. The great river, in its majestic entirety, was no longer a path of invasion, but the limes, the sacred, fortified boundary of the civilized world. With no more great kingdoms to conquer, the thunder of the marching legions, which had echoed through the mountains for 3 centuries, finally fell silent. It was replaced by a new sound, the ring of the stonemason's chisel, the creak of the merchant's wagon, and the steady, rhythmic call of the centurion drilling his cohort on the parade ground. This was the dawn of the Pax Romana in the Balkans, a new and profoundly transformative peace, a peace not of quiet passivity, but one that was vigilantly, tirelessly, and permanently enforced by the sword. This new order was built upon the foundations of the legionary camps themselves, the great castra that were no longer the temporary marching bases of a field army, but permanent stone-built fortresses, the new anchors of civilization. These were cities of soldiers, marvels of Roman engineering and obsessive order, planted at the most strategic points along the great river, at the confluences of tributaries, at the easiest fording points, or as at Singidunum, on a high, defensible bluff overlooking the watery highway. These were not the chaotic, organically grown Davi of the Dacians, or the Gradine of the Illyrians. A Roman fortress was a perfect, uncompromising rectangle stamped upon the earth, its walls of cut stone, its corners rounded, its 4 great gates, the Porta Praetoria, Decumana, Principalis Dextra, and Sinistra, opening onto 2 wide, intersecting avenues that quartered the camp with absolute precision. Inside, life was a study in functional, communal living. Long, identical barracks housed the centuries, a vast horium or granary held the army's food, a state-of-the-art valetudinarium or hospital cared for the sick, and at the very center, the sacred Principia or headquarters held the legion's standards, the silver eagles, in its shrine. This disciplined, well-supplied, and highly paid military population, a city of perhaps 6,000 professional soldiers, acted as a powerful economic magnet. No such fortress could exist in a vacuum, and so, clinging to its great stone walls, a second shadow city inevitably began to grow, an organic, vibrant, and messy civilian settlement known as the Canabae Legionis, the huts of the legion. Here, in a sprawling, unplanned tangle of wooden shops and taverns, lived all the people who served the soldiers' needs, the merchants who brought Italian wine, Spanish olive oil, and Gallic pottery, the artisans who mended armor and crafted leather goods, the innkeepers, the moneylenders, the prostitutes, and most importantly, the soldiers' unofficial families. Though legionaries were officially forbidden to marry while in service, a restriction designed to keep them mobile and unencumbered, the reality was that they formed long-term relationships with local Celtic, Illyrian, and Thracian women, raising families in these canabae just outside the fortress gates. It was from this symbiotic fusion of the rigid, planned castra and the chaotic, entrepreneurial canabae that the great cities of the Roman Balkans were born. We remember Singidunum, the old Celtic oppidum, at the vital confluence of the Sava and the Danube. It became the permanent, powerful base of the Legio Flavia Felix. The legionary camp on the high ridge formed the indestructible core of a new, sprawling city. When the soldiers of the legion, the veterans, completed their 25 years of hard service, they were often discharged with a grant of land taken from the conquered tribes in the very territory they had spent their lives guarding. They did not return to a distant, half-remembered Spain or Gaul. They settled here in the canabae where their families lived. They became Roman citizens, the new, privileged elite of a growing town. This settlement, populated by veterans and their Romanized families, would be granted a charter by an emperor, perhaps Hadrian, first becoming a municipium, a self-governing town with Roman laws, and later the high honor of a colonia, a miniature transplanted Rome. The grid of the old camp became the street plan of the new city, its forum rising where the Principia had stood, its bathhouses and amphitheaters built by the legions for the city's populace. This story was repeated all along the river, at Viminacium, the capital of Moesia Superior and base of the Legio VII Claudia, which grew so large it had its own vast amphitheater and a mint. It was repeated at Aquincum, modern Budapest, the capital of Pannonia Inferior, and at Carnuntum, near Vienna, the capital of Pannonia Superior, a vital military hub where the Emperor Marcus Aurelius would one day sit in his tent during a long, grim war, writing the Stoic philosophy of his meditations. But perhaps the most spectacular example of this urban explosion was Sirmium, on the plains of Pannonia, near the Sava River. Sirmium was not just a legionary base. Its strategic position on the road system connecting Italy to the east was so perfect that it grew into a true metropolis, a sprawling, magnificent city of brick and marble. It became so important that when the empire was later reformed under Diocletian, Sirmium was named one of the 4 new capitals of the entire Roman world, an imperial residence complete with a palace, a hippodrome for chariot racing, a mint that produced gleaming gold solidi, and vast public baths, a city from which emperors would rule the very destiny of Rome, a city born from the mud and discipline of the Pannonian frontier. These new cities, lit by the glow of Roman baths and echoing with the sound of Latin in their forums, were the engines of a profound, century-long peace, a peace that would forge a new, stable, and prosperous Romano-Balkan world. The great legionary fortresses planted along the Danube, Singidunum, Viminacium, Sirmium, were not just shields, they were engines. The establishment of the Pax Romana in the Balkans, a peace bought with the blood of the Illyrian rebels and the defiant Dacians, was not an end in itself, but rather the necessary precondition for the true, ultimate purpose of Roman conquest, systematic, efficient, and continent-scale economic exploitation. The peninsula, which for so long had been a fractured land of tribal warlords and subsistence farmers, was now to be re-engineered, its vast, untapped resources harnessed and funneled toward the two great, insatiable consumers of the ancient world: the legions on the frontier and the sprawling 1 million-strong populace of the city of Rome itself. This transformation was achieved through three great interlocking systems: the roads, the farms, and the mines, a trinity of infrastructure, agriculture, and extraction that defined the Balkan world for the next 2 centuries of its profound and profoundly unquiet peace. The first and most visible of these systems was the network of Roman roads, the bones of the new imperial body. These were not the winding, muddy trackways of the old tribes. These were monuments of engineering, highways of crushed stone, gravel, and perfectly fitted paving blocks, designed by military architects and built by the tireless, disciplined labor of the legionaries themselves. They were designed for one primary purpose: velocitas, the speed of the marching cohort. These roads ran in impossibly straight lines, cutting through hills, bridging gorges on high, arched aqueducts, and crossing swamps on stable causeways, all marked by the rhythmic, reassuring presence of the millennium, the cylindrical milestone that told every traveler exactly how many thousands of paces he was from the next major city. The most vital of these was the Via Egnatia, the great east-west artery we remember from the days of the Greek colonists, now paved and perfected, running from Dyrrhachium on the Adriatic coast to Byzantium on the Bosphorus, the main highway connecting Rome to its eastern provinces. But a new, equally vital road now ran parallel to the great river, the Danube Road, or Via Militaris, which linked all the legionary camps from Pannonia to the Black Sea, a critical lateral supply line for the entire limes. These great trunk roads were then fed by a capillary network of smaller routes that reached deep into the interior, their single purpose to connect the new centers of production to the arteries of transport. These roads led inland into the vast, fertile, and newly reorganized plains of Moesia, Pannonia, and Thrace. This was the Balkan breadbasket. The old tribal lands, once held in common or by local chieftains, had been seized by the Roman state as ager publicus, or public land, following the conquests. This land was then either given to the legionary veterans in neat rectangular plots, a process called centuriation, or more often, it was leased or sold in enormous tracts to the wealthy Roman elite. This was the birth of the latifundia, the great agricultural estate, a system that replaced the subsistence farmer with the industrial-scale plantation. In the fertile valleys of the Morava, or the wide plains of Thrace, a Roman senator living a life of luxury back in Rome or Antioch might own an estate spanning tens of thousands of acres, a villa that was not a holiday home, but the fortified administrative center of a vast agricultural factory. These estates were worked by armies of slaves, or increasingly over time, by a new class of tied tenant farmers known as colony, who were legally free but were bound to the land they worked, their rent paid in a heavy share of the crop. The sheer, overwhelming output of these estates, the rivers of Moesian grain, the amphorae of Thracian wine, the vast herds of Pannonian cattle, was the annona, the supply that fed the legions in their fortresses and was shipped under military guard to the docks at Ostia to feed the restless masses of the capital. But if the land provided the fuel for the empire's body, the mountains provided the fuel for its treasury. The Balkans, as the Thracians and Dacians had always known, were a geological treasure house, and the Romans, the most systematic miners in history, came to exploit this wealth with a grim and terrifying efficiency. The gold and silver mines of the conquered Dacian kingdom were, of course, the greatest prize, their output so immense that it funded Trajan's building boom for a generation. But just as important were the deep, rich veins of the central Balkans. In Dalmatia, the silver mines were legendary, their output crucial for the minting of the denarius, the empire's silver standard. In Moesia Superior and Pannonia, vast complexes, the Metalla Pannonica and Dalmatii, were established, great state-run industrial zones dedicated to the extraction of iron, lead, which was essential for the plumbing of every Roman bathhouse and aqueduct, and silver. Life in these mines was, quite literally, a sentence of death. They were run by the Procurator Metallorum, an imperial agent with absolute authority, and the workforce was drawn from the dregs of the empire, prisoners of war, convicted criminals, damnati in metallum, those condemned to the metal, and armies of slaves. In the flickering, smoky torchlight of the deep galleries, hundreds of feet below the earth, these men, often branded and chained, would live out their short, brutal lives, hacking the metallic ore from the rock, their bodies broken by the labor, their lungs choked by the mineral dust, all to produce the gleaming raw wealth that paid the legionaries who guarded them. This was the great, interconnected, and relentlessly efficient machine of the Balkan Pax Romana. The wheat from the Moesian latifundia traveled on a Roman road to the fortress at Singidunum to feed the Legio IV Flavia Felix. That legion, in turn, supplied the hardened centurions who guarded the mining camps in Dalmatia. The silver from those mines was then shipped back along the same roads to the imperial mint at Sirmium, where it was stamped with the emperor's face and used to pay the very legionary who had begun the cycle. It was a perfect, circular, and profoundly exploitative system, a piece built on roads of stone, fields of grain, and mountains of ore, a prosperity that brought unprecedented stability and wealth to the new urban elites in the great cities, but which was paid for by the grinding, unending toil of the colony in the fields and the slow, agonizing death of the damnati in the darkness of the mines. For more than a century and a half after Trajan's final, brutal victory over the Dacians, the world he had built in the Balkans held firm, a testament to the sheer, immovable weight of Roman power. The peace was a long, quiet, and deeply transformative afternoon. In the great, newly minted cities of the interior, in the imperial capital of Sirmium, in the legionary centers of Singidunum and Viminacium, and in the sprawling latifundia of the Moesian plains, a new Romano-Balkan aristocracy was born, its children speaking the Latin of the legions, its public life conducted in the forum, its leisure spent in the geometric, heated comfort of the Roman baths. The old, fierce gods of the Illyrians and Thracians had not disappeared, but they had been politely clothed in Roman dress, their identities merged with Jupiter, Diana, or Sylvanus, their primal energies tamed by the order of the state cult. The Danube limes was the most heavily fortified, most stable, and most important frontier in the entire empire, the very spine of its European defenses, a place where the sons of Thracian peasants and Pannonian farmers now proudly wore the larica segmentata of the legionary, guarding a world they saw as their own. The first terrible tremor to shake this magnificent edifice came not from within, but from across that great river in the year 166 AD. This was not a border raid. It was a human flood. A massive confederation of Germanic and Sarmatian tribes, the Marcomanni and the Quadi, displaced by movements in the deep, unknown lands of Barbaricum, burst across the Pannonian frontier, overwhelming the legionary defenses and pouring south. They shattered the legions, besieged the great cities of the Italian plain, and for a moment the empire seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The emperor Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king, was forced to spend the rest of his life, nearly 14 long, grim years, away from his books and his contemplations in Rome, living in a soldier's tent at the frontier camps of Carnuntum and Sirmium. He waged a relentless, grinding, and phenomenally expensive war of attrition, a northern war that bled the empire's treasury and its manpower white, pushing the invaders back inch by bloody inch across the Danube. He died at Vindobona, modern Vienna, in 180 AD, his war unfinished, but the line just barely had been held. This Marcomannic war was a terrifying omen. It was the first sign that the tribes of the north were changing, no longer a rabble of feuding chieftains, but vast, desperate confederations that could challenge the full might of the legions. But the true storm was yet to come, and it was gathering not in the German forests, but on the vast open steppes north of the Black Sea, in the fertile lands of modern-day Ukraine and the old abandoned kingdom of Dacia. A new people, or rather a new and terrifying confederation, had arrived, having migrated according to their own legends, from the mists of the north, from an island called Skanza. These were the Goths, a people who, in the early 3rd century, had coalesced into a powerful, semi-nomadic state, absorbing and conquering the local tribes. They were a people of the horse and the wagon, but they quickly adapted, learning the ways of the Black Sea and building vast fleets of shallow draft boats, becoming a new and terrifying naval power. And they looked south at the rich, warm, and, they sensed, vulnerable provinces of the Roman Balkans. Their opportunity came not from a single weakness, but from the total, catastrophic failure of the Roman state itself. The year 235 AD marks the beginning of the 3rd century crisis, a 50-year period of almost complete societal collapse. The Severan dynasty dissolved in a tide of military assassinations, and the empire was plunged into a dizzying, nightmarish cycle of civil war. Armies no longer fought the barbarians. They fought each other, proclaiming their own generals as emperors, the so-called barracks emperors. In a single chaotic year, 6 different men might claim the purple, only to be murdered by their own troops. To pay for this endless, suicidal warfare, the emperors debased the currency, melting down the silver denarius and reissuing it as a worthless, copper-washed coin, triggering rampant, ruinous hyperinflation. And as if the gods themselves had turned their faces away, a new, devastating pandemic, the plague of Cyprian, swept the empire, killing millions, depopulating the cities, and fatally weakening the legionary recruiting grounds. The Danube frontier, stripped of its best legions, which were constantly being pulled away to fight in a civil war in Syria or on the Rhine, was left fatally exposed. The Goths, watching from across the river, saw not a mighty empire, but a rotting, unguarded carcass. Their raids began in the 230s, at first as naval attacks on coastal cities like Histria, but soon these raids became full-scale invasions, entire armies of Goths and their allies crossing the frozen Danube, brushing aside the skeleton garrisons, and plundering the rich, unfortified provinces of Moesia and Thrace, the very lands that had known nothing but peace for 5 generations. The inland cities, which had not seen an enemy for centuries, were now in a state of blind panic, desperately trying to rebuild the ancient, crumbling walls of their Hellenistic ancestors. In the year 251 AD, the Emperor Dacius, a man of the Balkans himself, born near Sirmium, gathered a massive field army, determined to trap the great Gothic army, led by its brilliant and capable king, Niva. The Goths were laden with a year's worth of plunder from a deep, devastating raid, and Decius cornered them at Abritus, a small, unassuming town in a marshy, difficult region of Moesia, modern-day Bulgaria. Siniva, in a display of tactical genius, did not try to flee. He turned to fight, deliberately choosing his ground. He drew the Roman legions, heavy, disciplined, and confident, into a treacherous, swampy lowland, their formations breaking apart in the sucking mud. The Goths, fighting on 3 sides, surrounded the struggling, disorganized Roman lines and unleashed a storm of arrows and spears. The slaughter was absolute. The emperor's son, Herennius Etruscus, was struck by an arrow and killed early in the fight. Decius, in his grief, supposedly rallied his men, crying, "The loss of one soldier is not a great matter to the Republic." But it was hopeless. The Roman army was annihilated, and somewhere in that muddy, bloody field, the Emperor Dacius, the first Roman emperor to ever be killed in battle by a barbarian foe, fell and vanished, his body and the imperial purple swallowed by the marsh. The psychological shock of Abritus was incalculable. It was not just a defeat, it was a sacrilege. The limes was not just broken, it was a fiction. For the next 2 decades, the Goths and other tribes roamed almost at will, raiding as far south as Athens itself, which they sacked in 267. The Balkan Peninsula was transformed from the empire's secure heartland into its desperate, bloody front line. The crisis became so total that the province of Dacia, Trajan's great prize, now a lonely, indefensible salient across the great river, was formally and permanently abandoned by the Emperor Aurelian around 271 AD. The Roman administration, the colonists, and the legions were pulled back, resettling south of the river. The Danube, for the first time in over 150 years, was once again the fortified and now terrified border of the Roman world. The long, golden afternoon of the Pax Romana was over, and a long, cold, and violent twilight had begun. The catastrophe at Abritus was a wound that had cut to the very bone of the empire. The death of an emperor in a barbarian marsh, his body never recovered, was a psychological blow from which the old Roman self-assurance would never truly recover. The 50-year-long 3rd century crisis that followed was a fever that seemed to signal the empire's final, agonizing death. The city of Rome itself, decadent and increasingly irrelevant, watched as the barracks emperors, generals proclaimed by their frontier armies, rose and fell like bloody, fleeting specters, their reigns often lasting only months before they were, in turn, murdered by their own troops. The empire had fractured into three warring pieces: the Gallic Empire in the west, the Palmyrene Empire in the east, and a rump Italian state in the center. The Goths, having tasted victory, roamed and plundered the Balkan provinces almost at will, sacking Athens, while the plague hollowed out the cities from within. The Roman world was disintegrating, yet in this moment of ultimate despair, the empire was saved, not by the ancient senatorial families of Rome, but by the very land that had been its most brutally conquered province, its most turbulent frontier, and its most reliable hardened recruiting ground. This was the revenge of Illyricum, the great militarized zone of the western and central Balkans, encompassing Pannonia, Dalmatia, and Moesia. The Pax Romana had, for 2 centuries, done its work. The sons and grandsons of the defiant warriors who had followed Bato the Decidiate were now the empire's most disciplined, most loyal, and most thoroughly Romanized soldiers. They were a new breed of man, tough, pragmatic, Latin-speaking, and born not to the luxury of the villa, but to the harsh, disciplined life of the castra. They saw the Danube not as a distant frontier, but as their homeland, and in the empire's collapse, they saw a betrayal of the very world they and their fathers had sworn to guard. It was from this stock, this generation of Illyrian emperors, that a series of iron-willed soldier emperors would rise, not from the Senate, but from the ranks, to seize the falling purple standard and beat the world back into shape. The first of this new line was Claudius, a general from Sirmium, who took the throne in 268 A.D. He inherited a world in flames. The Goths, in their greatest invasion yet, had flooded into the Balkans, and Claudius, with his small, loyal army, marched to intercept them. In 269 A.D., at the Battle of Naissus, in the Morava Valley near the modern-day Serbian city of Niš, Claudius achieved the impossible. He did not just stop the Goths, he annihilated them. In a brilliant, grinding battle, his legions, supported by a devastating cavalry charge, likely led by his future successor, Aurelian, shattered the Gothic horde. The victory was so total, the slaughter so immense, that it broke the back of the Gothic threat for a generation. Claudius earned the title Gothicus, the conqueror of the Goths, but he would not live to enjoy it. A year later, the man who had saved the empire from the barbarians was killed by the plague, a martyr to his cause. The torch was immediately passed to his most brilliant cavalry commander, Lucius Domitius Aurelianus. Aurelian was the archetype of the new emperor. Born of humble stock in a village near Sirmium, he was a man of relentless, terrifying energy, a professional soldier who knew only the camp and the battlefield. In a whirlwind reign of just 5 years, 275 A.D., he accomplished a series of miracles. He first raced to the Danube to defeat yet another wave of Gothic and Vandal invaders, and it was he who made the pragmatic, painful, but strategically necessary decision to formally abandon Trajan's Dacia, pulling the legions and the colonists back south of the river, shortening the imperial frontier to a more defensible line. Then, with the north secured, he turned his legions east, and in a lightning campaign, defeated the armies of the rebellious Queen Zenobia, bringing the entire Palmyrene Empire, Syria, Egypt, and Asia Minor back into the fold. He did not pause. He immediately wheeled his veteran army to the west, crushed the breakaway Gallic Empire under Tetricus, and reunited the whole of the Roman world. He returned to Rome in triumph, hailed by the people as the Restitutor Orbis, the restorer of the world. His reign was a testament to the raw, focused power of the Balkan will, and his one grim concession to the new reality was the construction of the mighty Aurelian walls around the city of Rome itself, a tacit, stone-cold admission that the Pax Romana was dead and that even the capital was no longer safe. Aurelian, too, was murdered by his officers, the curse of the age, but the die was cast. The throne now belonged to the Illyrians, a succession of tough Danubian generals, Probus, also from Sirmium, Carus, Diocles, continued the grim, tireless work of rebuilding the frontiers. The culmination of this entire movement, the man who would not just restore the empire, but fundamentally reinvent it, was the last of these Diocles, who upon taking the throne in 284 AD became known as Diocletian. He was the quintessential Illyrian emperor, born in Dalmatia, the son of a freedman. He was a man of towering administrative genius, a pragmatist who saw the crisis not as a temporary emergency, but as a permanent systemic failure. He saw that the empire was simply too vast, its borders too long, its enemies too numerous, to be governed by one man from one city. His solution was the most radical revolution in Roman history, the Tetrarchy, the rule of four. He divided the empire, appointing a fellow Pannonian officer, Maximian, as co-Augustus to rule the west, while he as senior Augustus ruled the east. Then each Augustus adopted a junior emperor, or Caesar, to serve as his heir and lieutenant. Diocletian chose Galerius, a Thracian born in modern-day Serbia, and Maximian chose Constantius. The empire was now four-headed, so a college of emperors, each with his own army, his own court, and his own strategic territory to defend. This was not just a political change, it was a geographic one. The city of Rome was abandoned as a capital, relegated to the status of a magnificent, sentimental museum. The new capitals of the Roman world were the military headquarters, planted on the frontiers, Trier in Gaul, Milan in Italy, Nicomedia in the east, and, for the Balkans, the city that had birthed this entire revolution, Sirmium. The Pannonian fortress town became a true imperial capital, the residence of the Caesar Galerius, complete with a palace, a hippodrome, and a mint. The Balkan Peninsula, once Rome's most violent conquest, was now its heartland, its recruiting ground, and the home of its new iron aristocracy, the Illyrian emperors who had dragged the Roman world, kicking and screaming, from its grave and given it one last authoritarian and profoundly different lease on life. Diocletian's great invention, the Tetrarchy, was a machine of brilliant cold logic, a four-headed imperial college designed to bring order to a world that had dissolved into chaos. It was built on the pragmatic, military virtues of the Illyrian officer corps, and for 20 years, with Diocletian himself as the senior Augustus, the Jovian ruler, it had worked. The empire was restored, its borders secured, its currency stabilized. But this intricate clockwork of four emperors, with its seamless planned successions, had one fatal flaw. It was a machine held together by the force of a single human will. In 305 AD, Diocletian, in an act of abdication that was perhaps more shocking than any of his reforms, did the one thing no Roman emperor had ever done before. He retired, voluntarily laying down the purple to go and grow cabbages at his vast fortress-like palace at Split on the Dalmatian coast. He forced his reluctant co-Augustus, Maximian, to do the same, and the two new Augusti, Galerius in the east and Constantius in the west, dutifully elevated their Caesars to complete the system. For a brief, flickering moment, the machine worked as designed. But the machine could not account for human ambition, and especially not for the love of a son for his father's power. In 306 AD, just a year later, the Western Augustus, Constantius, the father of Constantine, died while on campaign at Eboracum, or York, in distant Britain. The system demanded that his Caesar, Severus, be promoted, but the army, in a dangerous, atavistic throwback to the bloody anarchy of the 3rd century, rejected the legal nominee. Instead, the legions of Britain, loyal to their fallen general, raised their shields, and in a clamor of iron and leather, illegally proclaimed his tall, charismatic, and fiercely ambitious son, Constantine, as Augustus. This single act of dynastic loyalty shattered the Tetrarchy's anti-dynastic logic. It was the spark that lit the fuse. In Rome, Maximian's son, Maxentius, seeing a precedent, rose up and seized control of Italy, backed by the Praetorian Guard. The carefully constructed machine of 4 had, in a matter of months, exploded into a chaotic free-for-all, with at one point 7 different men all claiming the sacred title of Augustus. The empire was once again plunged into a labyrinthine, brutal series of civil wars. The next 2 decades would be spent not fighting the Goths or the Persians, but in a relentless, bloody-minded process of elimination, a contest to see which of these rival Augusti would be the last one standing. And this great, generation-defining contest, the war for the very soul and future of the Roman world, would be decided not in Italy or in Syria, but in the very heartland that had produced the Illyrian emperors themselves. The decisive battles would be fought on the plains of Pannonia and in the river valleys of Thrace, for this was where the Exercitus Illyricianus, the Danubian army, was based. This was the largest, most battle-hardened, and most professional military force in the empire, the kingmakers of the new era. To control the Balkans was to control the veteran legions. To control the veteran legions was to control the world. Constantine, from his base in Gaul and Britain, first made his legendary march into Italy, defeating his rival Maxentius in 312 AD at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, a victory he famously attributed to the intervention of the Christian God. This victory made him the master of the entire Western Roman Empire. Now, only one man of real power remained as his rival. Licinius, another tough, pragmatic Illyrian officer who, after the death of Galerius, had consolidated his own control over the entire eastern half of the empire, including the vital Balkan provinces. The 2 men met at Milan in 313 AD, forging a tense alliance, a marriage of convenience sealed by Licinius's marriage to Constantine's half-sister. Together, they issued the famous Edict of Milan, a joint proclamation of religious toleration that officially ended the state persecution of Christians. For a moment, the empire had 2 masters, a new, fragile diarchy. But the empire was not big enough for 2 men of such ambition. The alliance, built on mistrust, began to fray almost immediately. The first inevitable war between them broke out in 316 AD, and its battleground was, necessarily, the Balkan heartland. Constantine marched his veteran legions from the Rhine into Pannonia, seeking to wrest the military core of the empire from his rival. They met at the Battle of Cibale, a Pannonian city on the Sava River. This was a tragedy for the Roman army. The finest legions of the empire, the hardened Danubian troops, now split into two camps, were forced to fight and kill each other. It was a long, brutal, and grinding battle, a contest of disciplined infantry in which Constantine's tactical skill and the fierce loyalty of his Gallic troops finally broke the Pannonian lines of Licinius. Licinius's army was shattered, and he was forced to flee, abandoning the imperial capital of Sirmium and the entire province of Pannonia to Constantine. Constantine pursued him into Thrace, and the two armies met again at the Battle of Mardia. This time, the battle was a bloody, desperate, and grinding stalemate, a long day of slaughter, after which both sides, exhausted, simply disengaged. Licinius, though battered, had proven he was not yet broken. An uneasy peace was negotiated. The terms, however, spoke volumes. Licinius was forced to cede the entire Balkan peninsula, Pannonia, Dalmatia, Moesia, Macedon, and Greece, to Constantine. He was allowed to keep only Thrace as his European foothold, his main domains now pushed back into Asia Minor and the East. Constantine had won the grand prize. He was now the master of the Exercitus Illyricianus, the great Danubian army. He had secured the loyalty of the very men who had forged the Illyrian emperors, and with them he was now the undisputed master of Europe. This new truce lasted for 8 uneasy years, a cold war between two emperors who were now ideologically divided, as Constantine increasingly embraced Christianity as the standard of his new order, while Licinius, in the east, began to revert to a more traditional, pagan-friendly policy. The final, inevitable confrontation came in 324 AD. Constantine, now openly fighting as a Christian champion, marched his vast Balkan-hardened army into Licinius's last European territory. The decisive battle was fought at Adrianople, a city in Thrace that would, in a few short decades, become a name of terrible infamy. Here, Licinius had massed a huge army on the far bank of the Hebrus River, daring Constantine to cross. Constantine, in a brilliant maneuver, used a feigned crossing to distract his enemy, while secretly sending a detachment of troops across at a more remote, unguarded point. They established a bridgehead, and Constantine's main army, fighting under the new, controversial standard of the labarum, a military eagle replaced by a cross, poured across and smashed into Licinius's surprised and disorganized lines. The Battle of Adrianople was a total victory for Constantine. Licinius's army disintegrated, its remnants fleeing to the nearby city of Byzantium. After a short siege and a final mopping-up battle at Chrysopolis in Asia Minor, Licinius surrendered. Constantine had him executed a few months later. The wars were over. The son of Constantius, the man proclaimed emperor in a remote British fort, was now the solus imperator, the sole, undisputed ruler of the entire Roman world. He had reunited the empire of Diocletian, but he had done so by destroying the very tetrarchy Diocletian had built. And he had won his victories, the battles that gave him the world, not in Rome, not in Persia, but on the bloody, decisive plains of Pannonia and Thrace, having seen the strategic perfection of the Bosphorus, the hinge between Europe and Asia, and having won his greatest victories there, he would, in the following years, make his most momentous decision to found a new Rome on the very site of Old Byzantium, a Christian capital that would bear his own name, Constantinople, and which would, from its Balkan throne, rule the future of the empire for the next 1,000 years. Constantine the Great, the man who had won his empire in the Balkan civil wars, had bequeathed to the world a new, formidable, and profoundly Christian capital, Constantinople, a new Rome, planted firmly on the European shore of the Bosphorus. This city, a strategic masterpiece, was now the center of gravity for the entire Roman world, its gaze fixed northward toward the great river that was, and had always been, the empire's most vital and most dangerous frontier. For several decades after Constantine's death, this frontier, the long Danubian limes, held firm, maintained by his sons and their successors, a line of grim, dutiful soldier emperors who spent their reigns in the saddle, shuttling their veteran legions, the exercitus Illyricianus, from one crisis point to another. The Goths, who had been so thoroughly shattered by Claudius Gothicus and then managed by Constantine, had been allowed to settle in the now abandoned province of Dacia as foederati, or allies, a buffer state paid to guard the far bank of the river for Rome. But this entire precarious balance, this world of managed alliances and fortified riverbanks, was about to be pulverized by a force from beyond the known horizon, a new and terrible people who, in the 370s AD, came howling out of the vast, unknown steppelands of Central Asia. These were the Huns, a nomadic confederation of horse archers, a people who seemed, to the Roman and Gothic mind, to be less human than a force of nature. Their appearance was terrifying. Their faces, the Gothic historian Jordan later wrote, were frightful, dark, their features a shapeless lump where a face should be, their children's cheeks having been ritually scarred at birth to prevent the growth of a beard. They were a people who lived their entire lives on horseback, eating, sleeping, and even holding their councils in the saddle, their mobility so total that they seemed to have no root, no home. But it was their method of warfare that inspired a unique, paralyzing terror. They were the masters of the composite recurve bow, which they fired with devastating accuracy from the backs of their swift, ugly ponies, a swarm of warriors who would appear as if from the wind, release a storm of arrows, and then vanish before a line of heavy infantry could even be formed. They were the ultimate light cavalry, and against them, the heavy infantry-based kingdoms of the Goths stood no chance. Around 370 AD, the Hunnic avalanche smashed into the Gothic kingdoms north of the Black Sea. First, they destroyed the Greuthungi, the Eastern Goths, whose aged king, Ermanaric, reputedly took his own life in despair. Then they turned west, toward the Tervingi, or Western Goths, a people who had for decades been in close, complex contact with the Roman world, many of them even converting to Arian Christianity. Their leader, a capable chieftain named Fritigern, saw that resistance was hopeless. The Hunnic terror was absolute. He gathered his entire people, not just an army, but a nation of men, women, children, and all the possessions they could pile into their heavy timber wagons, and in 376 AD, they arrived in a vast, desperate, and starving mass on the northern bank of the Danube, at the Roman fortress of Durostorum. They were refugees, and their single pleading cry, carried across the water to the Roman commanders, was for asylum. They begged the Eastern Emperor, Valens, to be allowed to cross the river, to be settled on the empty, depopulated lands of Thrace, promising in exchange that they would supply their sons to the Roman army, that they would be the empire's faithful, loyal foederati. Emperor Valens, a vain, insecure, and deeply bureaucratic man, was in his capital at Antioch, preparing for a war against the Persians. He saw this petition not as a crisis, but as a godsend. Here was a single, vast, self-recruiting pool of the finest barbarian warriors, a chance to fill his depleted legions for a generation, and to do so while collecting the gold he would normally have to spend on a delectus. He gave the order the Tervingi were to be allowed to cross, but it was an operation of staggering logistical incompetence, and worse, criminal corruption. The local Roman commanders in Thrace, Lupicinus and Maximus, were men of profound greed. As the Goths were ferried across the river in a chaotic, desperate flotilla, their numbers so vast the Romans failed to disarm them as ordered, Lupicinus and Maximus saw not refugees, but a market to be exploited. They seized the Goths' food supplies and then began to sell them back at monstrously inflated prices. When the Goths' gold and silver ran out, the Roman commanders, as the historian Ammianus Marcellinus records, demanded a new currency. They traded rations of dog meat, which they had rounded up from the surrounding countryside, in exchange for the Goths' children, who were sold off into slavery. A starving, desperate people who had come seeking the protection of Roman civilization were being devoured by its worst, most venal representatives. The breaking point came at the city of Marcianople. Lupicinus, with a show of false diplomacy, invited Fritigern and the other Gothic leaders to a lavish banquet inside the city walls, while their warrior escorts were forced to wait outside, brawling with the Roman garrison. Inside the hall, as the wine flowed, Lupicinus, in a stunning act of treachery, gave the signal to his soldiers to murder the Gothic leaders. A fight broke out. Fritigern, in the chaos, managed to draw his own sword, cut his way out of the hall, and rejoin his warriors. The mask was off. The Goths, who had been starved, humiliated, and now betrayed, exploded in a single, unified, and righteous fury. This was no longer a negotiation. It was a war, and it was a war the Geats, the Goths, now joined by the Gruthungi, who had crossed the river without permission, and even by some Hunnic and Alanic mercenaries who were eager for plunder, began to rampage through the rich, undefended provinces of Thrace. The Roman war machine slowly, clumsily, began to react. Emperor Valens, abandoning his Persian campaign, began the long march west with his veteran Eastern Field Army. At the same time, his young nephew, the Western Emperor Gratian, a more capable general, was marching east from Gaul, having just won a major victory against the Alemanni, his own veteran legions in tow. Gratian sent frantic messages to his uncle, begging him to wait, to not engage the Goths until their two armies, the full combined might of the Roman world, could meet and crush the rebellion together. But Valens was a proud man, and he was jealous of his young nephew's military glory. His court sycophants whispered in his ear that the Goths were a disorganized rabble, that his own army was more than sufficient, and that a glorious solitary victory was at hand. On the morning of August 9th, 378 A.D., near the city of Adrianople, Valens, having received flawed intelligence that the Gothic force was only a fraction of its true size, made his fatal decision. He would not wait for Gratian. He would attack now. His legions, having just completed a grueling 8-mile march in the blinding, brutal heat of a Thracian summer, arrived before the Gothic camp, which was defended by a vast, circular laager of their heavy wagons. Without rest, without proper reconnaissance, and without their lines even being fully formed, Valens ordered the assault. The battle was a chaotic, grinding, and desperate infantry slugfest, the Roman left wing engaging the Goths in a brutal melee. But the Roman lines were already dissolving in the heat and confusion. And then the decisive moment came. The main body of the Greuthungi heavy cavalry, which had been out foraging miles away, had been summoned by Fritigern's signal fires. They now returned to the fields, charging, as Ammianus wrote, like a thunderbolt from the hills, smashing with irresistible force into the Roman army's exposed left flank. The Roman cavalry, the first to take the shock, disintegrated and fled. This single catastrophic charge sealed the army's fate. The Roman infantry, the long-suffering, disciplined heart of the legions, found themselves completely surrounded, packed so tightly in the chaos that they could barely raise their arms to swing their swords. What followed was not a battle. It was a massacre. The Goths, now closing in from all sides, simply annihilated them. It was a slaughter on a scale the Empire had not seen since the Battle of Cannae against Hannibal 6 centuries before. 2/3 of the entire Eastern Field Army, over 20,000 of its best soldiers, were killed where they stood. A vast cohort of its most senior generals and officers were wiped out. And somewhere in that dusty, bloody twilight, the Emperor Valens, wounded by an arrow, was either cut down in the melee or, as one story reports, dragged by his bodyguards to a nearby farmhouse, which the Goths, unaware he was inside, promptly set on fire, burning the Augustus of the East alive in his imperial purple. His body, like that of Dacius, was never found. The battle was over, the Eastern army was gone, the emperor was dead, and the Balkans, from the Danube to the walls of Constantinople itself, lay open and utterly defenseless before a victorious, enraged, and now permanent Gothic army that was for the first time inside the gates. The supremacy of the Roman legion was broken, and the long, terrible twilight had begun. The Battle of Adrianople was a wound that would never close, a gaping, mortal injury to the very idea of Roman invincibility. The Eastern Field Army, the veteran legions that had served as the mobile shield for that half of the empire, no longer existed. It was a ghost, its bones bleaching in the Thracian sun. The emperor was a lost, unburied memory, and the victors, the vast federated nation of Goths under their capable leader, Fritigern, were not a raiding party that could be bought off, or a tribe that would retreat back across the river. They were a permanent, indigestible, and victorious army, now living by right of conquest in the very heart of the empire's European provinces. The Thracian and Moesian countryside, the rich breadbasket that had fed the legions, was now their personal estate, which they plundered at will, the smoke from its burning villas visible from the very walls of Constantinople itself. The new Western emperor, Gratian, who had arrived too late to save his uncle, now stared into the abyss. He was a capable general, but he could not be in two places at once, and his own Rhine frontier was also in flames. In this moment of supreme crisis, Gratian did the only thing he could. From his headquarters at Sirmium, he reached out to a brilliant, young, and fiercely competent general from Spain named Theodosius. In 379 AD, he proclaimed Theodosius the new Augustus of the East, handing him the poisoned chalice of the Balkan command. Theodosius's task was not to win. Victory, in the old Roman sense, was no longer possible. His task was to survive, to rebuild an army from nothing, and to somehow, some way, bring the victorious Goths back into a manageable relationship with the state. For the next 3 years, Theodosius waged a grueling, unglamorous, and largely invisible war. He did not seek a pitched battle. That was unthinkable. Instead, from his new capital at Thessaloniki, he waged a war of containment, of small unit skirmishes, of cutting off foraging parties, and of, most importantly, diplomacy. He was a master of the divide and conquer strategy, luring individual Gothic chieftains over to his side with lavish gifts of gold and promises of rank within the Roman army. He was, in essence, recruiting his new army from the ranks of his own enemies. Finally, in 382 AD, a new, fragile, and utterly revolutionary peace was concluded. The Goths, led by Fritigern's successors, were formally settled as foederati within the provinces of Thrace and Moesia. But this was not the old system. They were not disarmed. They were not dispersed. They were allowed to settle as a unified, autonomous nation in arms, a state within a state, living under their own chieftains and their own laws, but nominally bound to defend the empire that now housed and fed them. It was a pragmatic solution born of absolute desperation, a recognition that the Roman wolf, for the first time in its history, had been forced to invite a rival predator to live inside the sheepfold. Theodosius, a pious and formidable man, would spend the rest of his reign holding this precarious, hybrid world together through the sheer force of his own personality, eventually becoming the last man to rule a single, unified Roman Empire. But when he died in 395 AD, that unity died with him. He bequeathed the empire to his 2 young, weak, and ineffectual sons, Arcadius in the east at Constantinople and Honorius in the west, soon to be hiding in Ravenna. The fragile peace of 382 shattered, and a new generation of Gothic leader, one who had been born inside this new world, was about to take the stage. His name was Alaric. He was not an outsider, not a barbarian who had just crossed the river. He was a product of the 382 settlement, a young, ambitious nobleman of the Tervingi, or Visigothic royal line, who had grown up on Roman soil. He had served in Theodosius's army, had learned Roman tactics, and had even risen to the rank of comes, or commander, leading his own federate contingent of Gothic warriors in the service of the emperor. He had fought in Theodosius's bloody civil wars, had seen his own men used as expendable cannon fodder in the front lines against Roman legions, and had returned from those campaigns with a deep, burning, and profoundly personal sense of grievance. He felt he had been betrayed, his service unrecognized, his ambitions for a high, formal command in the Roman Magister Militum snubbed by the suspicious, silk-robed courtiers in Constantinople. And so, in 395 AD, the year of Theodosius's death, Alaric, with the empire now in the hands of 2 child emperors, decided that if he would not be given power, he would take it. He was proclaimed king by his own Gothic warriors, a title that was as much a rejection of his Roman rank as it was an assertion of his traditional leadership. And with this new personal army, he did not declare war on the empire. That was the old, simplistic way. Instead, he began a terrifying, high-stakes, and brutally effective form of armed negotiation, a violent political shakedown designed to extort the one thing he craved, a legal, paid, and powerful position within the imperial system. The Balkan Peninsula was to be his proving ground, his chessboard, and his hostage. For the next 6 years, from 395 to 401 AD, Alaric and his Visigothic army became the dominant, terrifying, and mobile power of the Balkans, a wolf pack that the shattered, divided imperial state could not control. He first led his army south out of the plains of Moesia and descended upon Greece. He marched through the undefended pass of Thermopylae, a place of ancient, now forgotten ghosts. He plundered the rich, unfortified cities of Boeotia and Attica. The city of Athens itself was spared only by paying an enormous ransom. He then crossed the isthmus and sacked with methodical precision the ancient and wealthy cities of the Peloponnese, Corinth, Argos, and most symbolically, Sparta, which had not seen a hostile army in centuries. The Roman world was paralyzed. The Western general, Stilicho, a Vandal by blood and the true power behind the throne of Honorius, marched his army across the Adriatic in a bid to trap Alaric. But the politics of the divided empire were as poisonous as the military situation was dire. The Eastern court in Constantinople, terrified that Stilicho was using the Gothic crisis as a pretext to seize control of their own provinces, declared Stilicho a public enemy and ordered him to leave. Alaric, in a masterful move, simply slipped through the confused rival Roman commands and escaped north into the mountains of Epirus. The court of Arcadius in Constantinople, powerless to defeat Alaric and desperate to get him out of their hair, now played their only remaining card. In a stunning, cynical act of political appeasement, they offered Alaric exactly what he wanted. They granted him the title he craved, Magister Militum per Illyricum, Master of the Soldiers for Illyricum. In an instant, the barbarian raider, the terrorist who had sacked Greece, was transformed into a high-ranking, legitimate Roman general. The Balkan Peninsula, or at least its rugged, militarized western half, was now his official, legal recruiting ground. This was the ultimate victory. Alaric was no longer a rebel, he was the state. He now had access to the Roman state armories, the fabricae, in the great Danubian cities. He could legally recruit Roman and barbarian troops, pay them with state funds, and re-equip his entire Visigothic army with the finest Roman weapons, armor, and siege equipment. The Balkans had become his personal fiefdom, his training camp, his arsenal, and his base of operations. From his new capital in the mountains of Epirus, he spent the next few years consolidating his power, forging a new, hybrid Romano-Gothic army. He had learned, in the bloody laboratory of the Balkans, that the empire was hollow. He had learned that its two halves hated each in other more than they feared him, and he had learned that terror, when applied with precision, was the most effective political tool of the New Age. By 401 AD, he had exhausted the plunder of Greece and Illyria, and his new Roman-equipped army was growing restless. His gaze and his ambition now turned west, across the Alps, toward the true, ancient, and fabulously wealthy heart of the empire he had so long served and so deeply despised, Italy and the city of Rome itself. Alaric's gaze had turned west, his ambitions now fixed on the ancient, golden heart of Italy, and in his wake, the Balkan peninsula was left a hollowed, echoing shell. He had used Illyricum as his personal arsenal, his proving ground, and his treasury, and in doing so, he had bled it of its last remaining strength. The great legions of the Danube, the exercitus Illyritianus that had given the empire its iron-willed emperors, were now a fractured, broken memory, their remnants scattered, their loyalties divided, their very purpose now seeming to consist of fighting the shadows of their own past. The Western Empire, under the weak Honorius, cowered in its new marsh-bound capital of Ravenna, and the Eastern Empire in Constantinople, ruled by the equally ineffectual Arcadius, could do little more than watch as the world their fathers had known was torn apart. But the departure of Alaric was not a reprieve. It was merely the prelude to a far greater and far more terrible storm. The Goths, after all, had only ever been the symptom, the first wave of refugees fleeing a terror that was now coalescing in the very heart of Europe. This was the Hunnic Empire, and its new, undisputed master was a man whose name would become a synonym for the wrath of God, Attila. The Huns, who had once been a nomadic swarm, had by the 430s AD consolidated their power, not in the distant steppes of Asia, but in the great Pannonian plain, the very land between the Danube and the Tisa rivers that had once been the Roman heartlands of Illyricum. Here, on the vast grassy sea of the Hungarian plain, Attila built his capital, a vast circular encampment of timber, a city of wood and felt, not of marble. The Roman ambassador, Priscus, who visited this strange court in 449 AD, left us a priceless, astonished description of it. A place of towering, intricately carved wooden halls, of luxurious baths built by a captured Roman architect, and of a king who, while his lieutenants drank from cups of gold and silver, ate his simple meat from a wooden plate and drank from a wooden cup, a display of profound, intimidating austerity. From this Pannonian base, Attila ruled a vast polyglot empire, his subjects a patchwork of conquered tribes, Goths, Gepids, Alans, and Syrians, all held together by the singular magnetic terror of his own will. And like Alaric before him, but on an infinitely grander and more brutal scale, Attila used the Balkan Peninsula as his personal, captive treasury. The Eastern Roman Empire, which we now call Byzantium, was his de facto bank. He did not seek to conquer it. He sought to farm it, to harvest its gold through a relentless, calculated policy of extortion. When the annual tribute, a humiliating bribe paid by Constantinople, was late, or when he simply wished for more, he would unleash his armies across the Danube, which was no longer a limes, but a mere geographical expression. The raids of the 440s AD were not like the Gothic plunder. They were a systematic, apocalyptic decreation of the Roman world. In 441 AD, and again in a devastating campaign in 446 AD, Attila's armies swept south. This was not a raid, it was a firestorm. The great legionary cities of the Danube, the proud anchors of the Pax Romana, were obliterated. Singidunum, Viminatium, Vescus, Ratiaria, all were sacked, burned, and left as smoking, depopulated ruins. The Huns' true genius, however, lay in siege warfare, a skill they had learned and perfected. They met the army of the Eastern Empire at the Battle of the Utus and annihilated it. They then pushed deep into the interior, down the Via Militaris, and at Naissus, the very city that had given the world Constantine the Great, They brought up their massive, newly built siege engines and took the city by storm, leveling its walls and slaughtering its inhabitants. They pushed all the way to Thermopylae in the south and to the very walls of Constantinople in the east, which were only saved by their massive, newly completed Theodosian fortifications. The Emperor Theodosius II was forced into a peace so humiliating it beggars belief. He ceded a vast tract of territory south of the Danube, creating a depopulated no man's land, and his annual tribute of gold was tripled. A river of treasure flowing from the depleted coffers of the empire into the wooden halls of the Hunnic king. This reign of terror, which had broken the back of the Roman Balkans, ended as swiftly as it had begun. In 453 AD, Attila, having just taken a new young bride, was found dead in his tent, not from a warrior's wound, but from a burst blood vessel, choking to death in his own blood on his wedding night. His empire, a thing held together only by his personal charisma, instantly imploded. His sons fought over the inheritance, and their subject tribes, the Gepids and the Ostrogoths, rose in a great rebellion, shattering the Hunnic horde at the Battle of Nidau in 454. The Huns, as a coherent force, vanished from history, dissolving back into the steppes from which they had come. The world they left behind was a vacuum. The Balkan Peninsula was now a silent, shattered, and empty land. The Huns were gone. The Visigoths, with Alaric, were in Italy and Gaul. The Ostrogoths, another branch of the Gothic people, were for a time settled in Pannonia, but they too, under their king Theodoric, would soon be sent west by the Eastern Emperor to invade and reconquer Italy. The old, Romanized Illyrian and Thracian population, which had given the empire its greatest soldiers, was gone, slaughtered by the Goths, annihilated by the Huns, or having fled to the walled coastal cities or the high, inaccessible mountains, their great latifundia now just fields of weeds, their magnificent cities of Sirmium and Naissus just uninhabited piles of rubble. The great silence had begun. It is into this profound, empty silence, this vacuum of people and of power, that our story's final and most mysterious chapter begins. Sometime in the late 5th and early 6th centuries, filtering down from the vast, marshy woodlands north of the Carpathians, the lands of modern-day Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine, a new people began to move. They were not a conquering army like the Huns, nor a federated nation like the Goths. They were a people of the forest and the small clearing, farmers and beekeepers, organized not in kingdoms, but in small patriarchal family units, the Zadruga. The few scattered Roman chroniclers who noticed them at all called them the Sclaveni and the Antes. We know them as the Slavs. Their migration was not an invasion. It was an infiltration, a slow, quiet, and relentless demographic wave. They came in small bands, seeking not gold, but land. And the Balkans, in their vast post-apocalyptic emptiness, were a new world, a vast, fertile, and undefended farm. They filtered south, down the familiar river valleys of the Vardar, the Morava, and the Danube, finding the great, ruined Roman cities empty, and building their small, semi-subterranean timber huts in the fields beside them. They did not conquer the Roman world. They simply, patiently, settled upon its corpse, planting their millet and their rye in the rich soil that had once fed the legions. The imperial administration in Constantinople, now under Justinian, would try to fight them, to build new forts, to push them back across the Danube, but it was like trying to build a fortress against the fog. They were too numerous, too scattered, too persistent. This was the true, quiet, and impermanent end of the ancient Balkans. It was not the spectacular fall of the last emperor in Rome in 476 AD. It was the slow, invisible, and irreversible changing of the guard. The Latin language, which had been the tongue of the legions and the emperors from Sirmium to Singidunum, began to fade, its echoes surviving only in the high mountains, where the Vlach shepherds, the ancestors of the Romanians, held on. Everywhere else, in the wide, fertile plains and river valleys, a new linguistic family, the Slavic tongues, was taking root, giving new names to the old mountains and the ancient rivers. The world of the Illyrian sea lords, of the Thracian horsemen, of the Dacian kings, and of the Roman centurions, was now, at last, truly and finally, asleep. It had passed from history, its great cities buried, its roads overgrown, its monumental story sinking deep into the earth, where it would wait in silence for the archaeologist of a new, distant age to find it, and for us tonight to remember it.